for the Andromida double team, Friday, May 12th, 2017. Practically a triple team these days. All right. And here's the YouTube video. And I can stop this recording now. So this was Buddy Team Jay and Nelly.
Oh my God, it's raining so hard here.
It's like sunny and nice here. It's a little windy though.
It's kind of hot over here.
All right, so we have our recording set up. This is all good. This looks good. Wait, do we have the video indexing? We have the new video index right there. Setup of document and agenda, done. Good work, Jorge. And that could be added to our value tracking list, right? And this could also be added to value tracking. Value tracking tasks. Okay, so session rules. So Jorge, do you want to help with some, facilitation at all? Some topic facilitation? You ready?
Yep. I guess so.
Okay, cool. So I'll go into more what that would mean. We'd make you like a topic slash facilitator in training. Okay.
Okay.
So from here we have notes.
I can help with the notes, so Jorge can do the video indexing and facilitation. Okay, I can do video indexing and time checking.
You can still help with notes as well, Jorge, which is fine. Timekeeping.
Yeah, I can do timekeeping. I can do timekeeping.
So Nelly and Jorge. Video indexing.
That would be me, yes.
Okay. Session meeting value tracking.
I'll leave that one to Nelly.
Well, but if Nelly doesn't want to do it, I mean, I did it yesterday, so me and Nelly did it yesterday. I can help with that as well.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Okay. And then just so we know, like we're going to start tracking tasks in the middle of meetings, right? So if we go like down to session value tracking, we would be able to go into tasks and say like, done VJ, right? And then we can go, where was the other one? So we set up the document and agenda, and so that was done. So we can go down here. And then we can already start doing the attendance, right? And who was here, and who was here on time. Oh my God.
Right. So should we check first how much time do we have today?
Well, let's get through this. We still have some more positions. So the next one is the well, communication support is not as important in this particular situation, but like, for example, if James had more problems with his communications, we could, someone could jump in and help with that. That's what that would be for. Master document updating.
The Asana coordinator.
The Asana coordinator, I believe, is going to be Ana Clara, right? And Isaac?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And what about preparations? Oh, preparations for the meeting. Well, no one did that. We did not prepare for this meeting.
No,
how about,
I can do that like every other day because I didn't do today because I was with the Asana, but I can do it onwards.
Yeah, so I mean, this would kind of be like, maybe this is like for the next meeting, maybe like, show up early, maybe like, 20 minutes early or whatever. All right, so how about the master document updating?
I should ask if you show me or if I work with Nelly or you.
Yes, we can do that.
All right, Jorge and Nelly.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so this looks all good for now. Another thing we would go and we would do is we can copy this down into our session roles. And boom, we have all that laid out there. So this is good. All right, for value and tracking. All right, so that's all done, and over time this will go faster and faster, so we can put this in the index, the template as well. All right, check-ins. So Jorge, why don't you coordinate the check-ins? You're good at that, and we can also add in, how long we have and stuff.
Okay. So check-ins are inside notes, correct?
Yeah, as far as the note taking, huh?
All right. So who wants to start with check-in?
I'll start. I feel okay. That I'm really happy that we are start working in the master ledger and things are going in a good path. I think it's a lot of work, but we are getting there. So yes, I'm glad about that. Yeah, I feel like 7 today.
Okay. Wants to be next? Okay. Okay. I'm feeling okay. Started early today. Feel good that we are organizing all the tasks so we can keep track on who's doing what, and by when needs to be done. I'm glad we're starting on the master ledger, and okay, the weather is nice, and I feel like a 7. It would be an 8, but my head hurts a little bit, so like a 7 out of a 9. Check. Who else? Ana Clara, you wanna go next?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm really good today. I feel like this is coming together. At least I'm feeling useful and organized, and all that stuff that Asana can make you feel. So I'm pretty good. I'm finishing this already. I would love you guys to check this out and make the corrections that are needed. And I don't know. Tomorrow I have a piece, so I don't feel much like going, but I have to. And I don't know. I'm looking forward for tonight to see a movie with my boyfriend, and that's it. I'm like a 7 today.
Okay. What about James?
Today I'm feeling really good. At least my internet has not been using any problems. So 8 for today.
Sorry, James, can you please tell me the number again?
8.
All right. All right. What about you, Jay?
I'm doing pretty good. I just had some lunch right before working on the master ledger, and it's a nice day here. Unlike for some of you guys, it's like raining and stormy. Although it is a little windy, I am probably like 6.5.
All right, 6.5. 6.5. Okay. And as for me, today is right now I am in the middle of a storm. It's raining really bad in here, and yeah, I don't feel like going out today, so I feel like 6.5 as well. Just check the average. So I'm gonna check the average.
Okay, well, I'll go on to the to how long we have. I think can anyone not be here for the full 2 hours? So we have an hour and a half left.
Yes.
Does anyone need to leave before the 2 hours?
Yeah, cool. So our, I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna stop right on time. So we want to go till like this will be 2 to 4 p.m. America's time, and then we have the master ledger session from 4 to 5. And then
Alright.
I have a
Yeah.
finance meeting at 5, and then a buddy team with Mal at 6. So I'm going to be pretty booked up here for the afternoon. But anyway, so I think this is good, right? Does that sound good as far as our schedule goes?
So it's 3 hours. We stay here till it's 5, correct?
Yeah, if you want to work on the master ledger. But you're not, no one's required to do that. I mean, no one's required to do anything. But yeah, if you want to work on the master ledger, we're going to stop. We might stop early. Like maybe we can stop early too. Maybe, but probably not.
Okay.
Because we have lots of things to catch up on. So does that sound good as far as our schedule and how long we have? And so it sounds like
Yes.
Isaac.
Okay.
It sounds like Isaac's
Yes.
here. Okay. All right, so desired outcomes. I can help us do this part. So it'll be Jay here, and then Jorge, you can help us out with the topic review. So
Okay.
desired outcomes is basically what we want to get out. I think we definitely want to continue getting more organized. I think that's a good one. Let's keep that one in here. Finalizing our monthly budget. I think we have a little bit more work to do on this because we skipped the full moon proposal. We need to look at that again. So we still want to just finalize the monthly budget really quick. Comprehension of the master ledger. That's done. Don't need to worry about that. Slow down, stepping back. I mean, I think that's good general, but it's not like essential desired outcome. So, does anyone have any additions to what we want to get out of this meeting? I think we want to have understanding about Asana. I think that would be great so that we're all kind of on the same page and understand Asana. What else do we want to get out of this meeting?
I guess like to see the full master ledger already done, at least 90% done.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to happen. The full master ledger, to get it 90% done, could take weeks or months. But let's try to rephrase that, Jorge.
All right, so check the advance on the master ledger for the presentation on Monday.
And I don't think it'll be a presentation, but yeah, that's good. So checking in on the advance of the master ledger. Excellent. All right, so anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Not for me.
Okay.
No.
All right, so I think we're done with desired outcomes. So now we're going to do the topic review, and I'll let you do your best on this, Jorge. And just remember, in general, when we're doing facilitation, you can always just introduce the topic and then have someone else do it for you. But so it's going to help us through the topic review.
But for the topic review, we take step by step, like all the points before, like on yesterday's document, or
it's just our priority topics for right now. And thinking about, what we want to do, maybe how long we want to spend on each proposal, and in our, this is our agenda. So basically, like, we want to just go through it and make sure we have agreement on what we're talking about. So you just want to list the topics, ask people, the question to ask is, quote, are there any additional topics that are missing, end quote, right, to get agreement on it.
and this should be
Yes, I do have one. Sorry.
Well,
There
here,
are
let's
some
give,
of the tests.
hey, Isaac, can we step back and give Jorge the chance to practice facilitating? So he's So Jorge, you're going to introduce, the first thing you do is introduce to everybody what is going on, and then, introduce the topics, and then say that question, and then Isaac can respond to when Jorge says the question.
Okay. So I start on the priority topics, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, guys, I was checking that today Isaac and Ana Clara were working on the Sena.
So the way you introduce the topics is not to talk about anything. It's just like, here, I'll give an example. So today we're going to talk about, quick updates, Asana, budget, internal responsibilities, payroll, meeting responsibilities, monthly goals. So you just want to list the topics really quickly, boom, 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 and then ask people if there's anything else.
All right.
Yeah. So keep.
But the quick updates were not like related to the Asana, so nope.
The point here is that we're not talking about anything. We're just making sure that the topics are clear and laid out in an organized manner so that everybody's agreement. So really just think about anything that's not the main topic
just
here.
List them?
Yeah, don't even just list them exactly. Yeah, very simple.
All right, guys. So as you can see, we have our topics already set. Is there anything else you want to add on the priority topics for today?
Yeah. So I tell them now, right? What I need.
Yep.
What I found out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While we were on.
Well, but again, you're just saying the topic.
Okay. Wanted to add on the master task list that right next to the task, who's gonna make the task? Who's gonna do the task? Because right now we have all the tasks that are pending, everything we copy, but not all of them have the person who's actually taking care of. I know that we all can do it, but there's always someone who is assigned to the task.
Cool. So I would put that under internal responsibilities right here, and I would call it task and responsibility delegation. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So update the master task list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what about...
We assigned that in the Asana for someone. I don't remember who, but maybe Isaac can check it out.
Oh,
I think it's me.
Jay.
Or me. Yeah, okay.
Let me see.
After this, if we find like who's got the task, we just list it here, for example, Isaac, and we check it like done.
Yes.
Right? Can you repeat that?
After we check who's got the responsibility on that task list update, we just place here Isaac and mark it as done.
Yeah, I don't know if mark it as done, but yeah, definitely you should like take it out. Just put a tick. And yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Just one thing.
Hello?
The task, I don't see the task here. The task. Either ways, we can set it up at the end.
Okay.
We can see it with the whole thing. We can set it up that at the end.
Okay. I'm already going.
Okay, so let's just
guys.
get back focused here on just the topics. Is there anything missing in these topics, or the times that we want to put on the topics, or anything like that? So I
guess Isaac, just the last thing.
Oh, Isaac, was there another thing that we missed?
No.
No, I just said the last thing.
All right. So overall here, what the currently where we are, we're at the topic review, right? And so I think we have agreement, right? Do we have agreement on the topics?
Yes. So we have to place like we have an agreement on that, or?
No, we just make sure there's no objections. So typically, you just ask, are there any objections? If no one says objections, then we move on. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So we can have so Jorge, so now we're going to go into the updates. Okay. So we'll let you.
Okay.
You can do this one as well, and then actually I'm going to have you do both of these. You're doing really good, Jorge, so far. It's just we'll do it together. Jorge and Jay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So for the updates, it's really simple. All you have to do is like, hey, we're gonna do quick updates. Let's try to keep it down to a minute. Like an update is not going into all the details. It's just like what happened during the buddy team, Jay and Nelly, what happened during the buddy team, Isaac and Anacleta. If there is anything else in particular. And again, Asana is a totally separate topic. And so if there are any other updates, new updates, then Asana will be like a whole agenda item. So when you're doing an
I don't
update
think
on
there's nothing else for Asana.
what?
I don't think there's something else for Asana. I think that's it.
Well,
They're just checking.
I think we do have a lot of things in Asana, and our desired outcome for Asana is getting more organized and having understanding.
But if you're gonna if we're talking about Asana, we think we need like more than 5 minutes today.
All right, how long do we need?
I guess at least like 15 minutes to
10.
check the system, to check all the responsibilities and how they're updating there.
Cool.
Yeah, and also there is some information missing, some tasks that we do not know who are going to fulfill them. So yeah, we need a little bit time so we can wrap this up and
Yeah, that's good.
ongoing.
Cool, and that would be part of the topic review to make sure that we have the times correct in general. So the most important thing about the topic review is one, right? So this would be like 2 to 3 minutes is like to make sure that the topics are on the list, right? 2, the most important thing is the order of the topics, right? Things that are at the top of the list have higher priority because we'll probably get through the first things, and then everything at the bottom of the list we might not get to, and it might go into next steps. Like we won't have time for it, right? Because we'll have to wrap up. So then the third part is how much time are we going to spend on each topic. And so those are the 3 parts of prioritizing the topics and getting agreement. So now I think we're good, right? Is that good?
Okay, but every single one of these items need to have like a time frame because, for example, for payroll, work reporting, equity, that's something that you manage. So you should give it a time. For example, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes.
We can spend a half an hour, putting a time on every single little thing. But if we put a bunch of time on a bunch of things we don't even know if we're going to get to, because we're already spending 20 minutes, 25, 35. We're already spending almost an hour on the first half of the meeting, and we only have an hour really. So, the chance that we're going to get to all this other stuff is probably really low. So we don't really need to put a time on it unless we know, what time is required.
Like for sure. Okay.
We just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's no reason to spend a bunch of extra time putting times on things that just waste time and take away being able to talk about them in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're back. We went backwards. It's fine to go backwards in the agenda. We're back into topic review again. So we're reviewing our priority topics. And this is really good practice to understanding facilitation, understanding how meetings work, and going back and forth are both good things. So, and do people understand the difference between the updates and the actual agenda item, the topic itself?
Quick updates takes only like 1 minute if there's something important.
Yeah.
That's it.
Coolio. All right. So I think we're ready to go into the updates now, right? So Jorge, you just introduce the updates and then, ask people if they have other updates, and then we just go as far as we can.
So updates. I understand that we were working on the master ledger today, and Isaac and Ana Clara were working on Asana. Is there any update from your side?
Ana Clara, you want to say it? Is she there?
Yes. Well, I would like to say, Jorge, that the document that we weren't going to use, now we are going to use it, which is the past quarterly value tracking ledger. It's the one that we are going to use for the quarterly information. Not the other one. Yes, because Jay found out that the other actual past work tokenization for workers wasn't good. So because that was just the information for out from the forms, so we won't use that one. So the one that we will use for the quarterly information will be the quarterly value tracking that is there in the master ledger.
Cool.
All right. So
And
it was not the one that we were using that. Okay. We
No,
used there, correct?
no, yeah, that's an update. Yes.
nice. And I was
All
also
right.
working on the master ledger and the summary and the documentation, the categorization. I feel like, overall for our rough draft of the master ledger that we are probably at, maybe 33%, like 25 to 33% done. Done for what I would call the rough draft that we want to present on Monday. And then as far as overall, we're probably more like 10 to 13% done on the overall master ledger.
Still, we are going to do more work on the master ledger this Saturday. So you will be there, right, Jorge?
Yeah, I'll try to be here because since I moved all these appointments for this week, so I hopefully try to be there. Yes, at least 1 hour, hopefully.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. All right. I think we're done with the updating for Buddy Team Jay and Nelly.
Now Ana Clara and Isaac.
Ana Clara, you want to start? Hello? Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat? I was just
Can you
writing to you.
quick update from you guys?
Oh, Ana Clara is still there? Or do you still have issues with the internet? Okay, I can start with the update.
Go ahead.
All right. We started checking the past 4 days.
Hi, I'm here. Your problems with the internet.
Okay. Is your internet issue fixed or not?
No, it comes and goes, so you go ahead.
Okay. Our update. Yeah, we started working on setting up the Asana. We already have some tasks there. We still have many more to go, but we started with the first 4 days, which means this week. And we found out that there are many tasks that we have on the master task list that have no responsible or someone who we need to make accountable for. Not accountable, but check, or someone who has been given a task to. What else? That's it. I actually checked and I realized that there are a lot of tasks that are done, which is something really good. And there are not many tasks that are left to be completed.
Yeah, actually, I'm just finishing with all the tasks regarding value tracking. So once I have finished this, if you want, we can check Asana and all the tasks and all the persons that are assigned to each task and all the dates. And you can correct them and change it as you want, and you can start working with this. As long as this meeting goes, I will add more tasks if they are more to add, like that comes up with this meeting.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we were on updates, Asana. There you go. We should move to.
So with the updates,
yes, go ahead.
With the updates, Jorge, you just want to always ask: are there any other updates that we need to make from anybody and then before we move on?
Okay. So, guys, is there any other update for the test that we were doing on during the day?
No, for me.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, so we are ready to move on. So I guess we're gonna go into more Asana here. I don't want to get into a lot of details on some of these things, but you can have even 2, 3, even like 2, 3 levels of coordination on agenda items, you know, but let's just go into it and we can cover that stuff later in future meetings. But let's, obviously me and Jorge as well as Anacleta will be helping with this. I think just a couple things we want to get out of this time for the next 10 to 15 minutes. And can we confirm like who the timekeeper is?
I'm the timekeeper. I am.
Jorge, okay. And so understanding about Asana is good, you know, making sure we are clear about our tasks. Logging in. So we really need to do a round each person. We need to go through each person. So the first thing to do is just making sure that we're all in the right Asana, and then it's all clear, and then it's all good. So,
All right.
how do
Yes.
we?
So,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you can go. Were you gonna say something? So maybe
No,
we can
I was
introduce
checking that if we are after this, we need to start moving into the Asana topic or start talking about budget because.
Well, we're already starting the Asana topic. So we have 10 to 15 minutes to, we want to understand Asana, make sure we're clear about it in the tasks, making sure everyone can log in, making sure like, you know, each person is comfortable with their relationship with Asana.
All right, so since everybody has an Asana account, did we get the chance to check all the tasks that are being uploaded over there?
If you give me like 5 more minutes, I will be finished. So give me 5 more minutes, and then you can check everything out. It's like I'm missing like 3 tasks.
Okay, no problem.
So are you saying that maybe we should postpone this agenda item or what?
Yeah,
yes, like
move along and left this for the end.
Well, we don't want to leave it for the end, but we can go through the budget real quick and then come back to Asana. That sound good?
Okay, great.
Yes,
All right.
good idea.
All right. So with this one, this is a perfect example of where Jorge can help introduce the agenda item, and then I would be, you know, Jay would be the one responsible for the agenda item. Does that sort of make sense? That you can kind of break out who the facilitator is and who the topic coordinator is. So Jorge, you'd want to introduce the next agenda item, and then introduce me as the person that's presenting it.
All right, for the next part, we're talking about budget and new policy proposal. Since you know, as we all know, there are like different things that we need to talk about budget because remember we need to be aware about the hours that we work in and also all the deliverables that we need to take in we need to take into our notes, right? So Jay's gonna talk about this right now. So Jay.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Nice. And just to, you know, do a little more facilitation training here, like for everybody, I know it takes an extra like 10, 15 seconds to introduce the topic like Jorge just did perfectly. But it just helps everyone focus and understand what's going on and get the whole group together. So it's just really good to do that. So we're going to head it, and we're also going to index Jorge as well.
Okay.
And then basically the easiest thing to do here is just pull up the, like we had our notes from yesterday where we approved the budget. But I do want to just quickly pull up the proposal from the full moon session. I know, I think James did it. Where is it? We're so close to getting the full moon all organized here. So James, I know you did the full moon doc, and I did see that, but we just need to get it linked right here so that we have the full moon, new moon sessions linked so that it's really easy to find. So if I go to the global team, it should be in there. Here we go. Oh no, that's a different one. So this is like the buddy team, the text only. Actually, this is actually going to work. Okay. So even though it's an incorrect link, it actually takes us where we want to be, which is this proposal. So there was two proposals. One, if you get an advance, which doesn't affect anybody, you have to pay that off. 10% of upfront pay and any back pay would go towards paying off your advance. Proposal approved, splitting everyone's pay into two categories. So this is the new pay rate changes, and this was approved during the full moon session. So let's make sure this is really odd. So we want to pass it again with us, right? So was approved by global team and so, and we can also look at our yesterday's proposal for the budget. I have that here. I think this is yesterday. So this would be the budget proposal. And the only reason I'm pulling this up is to make sure there's clarity of what this would mean. So with Jorge, we were talking about $150 and then $250. So I think the easiest way to explain this is to be $150 for anything, $150 for tasks and responsibilities work. So with Ana Clara, it would be $250 for goodness, that's so crazy. For anything and $250 for tasks. We covered this a little bit before, and there are some details in regards to this is actually a pretty minor change, and it doesn't affect anyone's individual pay. The goal is simply just to track our work a little bit more detail.
Yes.
And I'll give an example of that as well, just so people can see. So this would be like, 0.125. So the question is, does people understand the proposal? Are there any questions about the proposal?
I guess that one of the things that we need to take into account is that to keep the record for like the weekly record that we are having for our deliverables, for even if they're not deliverables yet, but tasks that we are completing, and our meetings on body teams or Andromida teams, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'll give an example here. I think this is today's work. I'll just go to the top. So I go to the top, go to the Andromida double team. So let's use Nelly as an example, and we can also cover deliverables here real quick as well. And define deliverables. So if I go to the main docs, let's open Nelly. So Nelly's work reporting doc. So let's just cover last week. So if we look at last week, right? Nelly went to a buddy team meeting, a double team meeting, a buddy team meeting, double team meeting, right? So she spent 16 hours, right, in doing, mainly meetings. Like, we know she did some work too, but within the work reporting that we currently have, it doesn't differentiate it at all. So there's going to be 3 categories of work. There's going to be, anything work. There's going to be general work, right? And then there'll be like, okay, she spent 1 hour in the meeting, and then maybe she spent 1 hour helping with the master ledger or something like that, or value tracking. Value tracking. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So in this model, we can track 1 hour for past value tracking, and then 1 hour was spent in the meeting and doing training, meeting/training, right? So in this way, it's just it's just like you can see work being done in the actual value of the tracking that's happening, that's feeding in to all of the issued value. Okay, so that's really the goal. It's just kind of breaking it down. You know, for this month at least, it's definitely not going to really affect anybody's pay. But eventually, we would get to the point where someone just attending meetings and not actually doing any work, you know, it should change the value dynamic. We want to encourage two things. So let's make sure we're clear on what we're encouraging here. So I come back to our notes here. And I go down to our topic, which is the session. Nope, right here. So the two outcomes are, one, to have better clarity on tracking the work we are doing, and it's specifically helpful for our client, right? So we can tell our client, you know, and then we get more value as well, and we get more tokens, etc. And then also it's good just for our own records, you know, our own records and issuing value. The second reason is we want to encourage people to take initiative, right? So this would include, you know, asking for help, you know, getting the training you need to, you know, work on the tasks and responsibilities. Okay, so it's like if you don't know what's going on and you're not sure how to accomplish something, right? Eventually it'll be bad because you won't get paid as much. You know, for now it's not really going to affect anything, but you want people to take that initiative. Like, you know, you got to be working on tasks and responsibilities to get half of your paycheck is part of that. Does that sort of make sense?
Also, Jay,
Yes.
What we mentioned is to do a list of deliverables
Okay, so
in our work reporting.
yeah, so let's go into that now. So the deliverables is a whole nother thing, and so I'm going to talk about that really quickly, and let's just define it briefly here. So a deliverable. What is a deliverable?
Yeah.
A deliverable is a final product, typically a link or a document of some sort. And I think product is a bad word. It's a final accomplishment / product, right? So this means that it's done, right? Done, completed. Yay, right? So many times a single deliverable would have multiple authors or workers. Okay.
All right.
So,
just like we're working
examples.
with Nelly, yeah, she actually told me that since we have an body meeting yesterday, we have something to deliver, but it was just the draft, like the rough draft for the master ledger that we started yesterday.
Yeah. So technically, it's not a deliverable, right? It would just be work. So for example, here you say you updated and did all this work, right? So that would just go under here, you know. So buddy team Jorge and Nelly, you guys worked on the master ledger, right, for an hour and a half, right? And or maybe you didn't work on the master ledger. Maybe you worked on the weekly past value tracking, right? That's just work that you did to help accomplish something to move toward the deliverable. Sometimes there'll never be a deliverable. Like ongoing tracking isn't really a deliverable. It's just ongoing tracking and work, right? And it doesn't have to be a deliverable to be getting value for it. So let's look at some examples of deliverables. So the master ledger itself is obviously a deliverable, right? And this would be for our client, right? Another example would be like these meeting notes would be considered deliverable, right? So if we had this meeting, we didn't take any notes, there would be no outcome. There'd be no documented outcome of what happened at this meeting, and so there'd be no deliverable. But the fact that we're taking these notes and we have this document, technically is a deliverable based on the idea that we created the notes of the document. The problem is that it's like who would get the value of the creation of these notes, and the answer is like it's very complicated. It's like, you know, primarily it's the note takers, right? So this would be primarily the note takers, right? So, you know, you could split it up, you know, 33% each way or whatever, 50%, 25%, 25%. It just all depends. Let me take notes, okay? Another example could be a spreadsheet, different types of spreadsheets that are
I have a
you know,
question or an idea.
yeah.
Is it possible, like, for example, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Is it possible, like, for example, like for us, we're working on the Asana that we don't actually have proof of work itself, like a document, or more like just the tasks. Like, could we deliver like a recording, like a video recording or something like as a deliverable? Or
Yes, a recording is deliverable. So notes, meeting notes, and recordings. This would also include recordings, which are typically attached to the meeting notes, would all be deliverables, definitely. But remember, deliverables are not like nobody is getting paid for deliverables at this point, right? You're only getting paid for the time of doing the work, right? So deliverables are all bonuses. Are you guys clear that deliverables are part of our bonuses for equity and value tracking? Does that make sense? So
Yes.
deliverables at this time are only used for bonuses and value tracking. Okay, but we're going to be going through this specifically for our client. Like our client, you know, we need.
Guys, I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Okay, cool. So for our client, we need a list of deliverables. You know, so for example, as secretary, when I take meeting notes or meeting minutes, that's a deliverable, right? When we do legal, like all the legal communiques and everything. So there, anyways, we're doing lots and lots of deliverables all the time, right? And as we move forward, we'll see more clearly how deliverables are different from just work, whatever. But either way, it's just good to note what a deliverable is and what isn't. And typically, deliverables are very irregular. Nice. James just linked the full moon doc. Cool. So I think we're pretty good, right? Are we good?
Yes, I think that at this point we should move back to the Asana point, right?
No, we want to make a decision.
All right.
All right. So this is James. So James just did a task. So I was noting it down here in the tasks. Okay. So so any questions on deliverables? And we'll come back to deliverables. It's not like that important. So coming back to the proposal is to approve splitting everyone's pay into two categories. One, time for anything including meetings and training, right? And then two, time for actually completing tasks and responsibilities. Note, this is not deliverables. You guys understanding me here? It has nothing to do with deliverables.
Okay. Since you say that we're going like in more detail afterwards, because as Isaac said, for example, there are things that we do as responsibilities, but some things we cannot say that, okay, we work on this, but it's our responsibility, but we didn't have like something else to show. So I suppose for now it's not going to affect us, as you said, but we can go deeper on in terms of what we need to show, like for us to be like recognize our full payment, correct?
It's not going to affect anyone's payment, right? It doesn't affect anyone's payment as far as the deliverables are concerned. So if you can just clarify, were we talking about deliverables or just general tasks and responsibilities? So for your guys' tasks and responsibilities, you don't have to show anything. All you have to do is just be working on your tasks and responsibilities and then log that into your work report. You guys understand? You don't need to prove in the context of having a physical document other than that, you know, you were working on this document and we can look at the document and see that it was improved upon, you know? So we can easily verify that you're doing the work that you said you did, but as far as like logging the work and tracking it in your work report, it's nothing changes. It's this is exactly the same process. Right? That makes sense?
Yes, makes sense.
Yeah, the only goal again is not in what you guys are actually doing, because everyone's doing great. It's just in the reporting that we actually want to report that not only did, you know, Nelly attend this Andromida session, but what did maybe she spent a half an hour working on, you know, past value tracking, right? But we wouldn't know that unless you actually wrote that in there, and we just don't. It's just not there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So we're
I have
simply
a question,
yeah.
or a suggestion more than a question.
Cool.
Is there a way that you can, or do you have like an example of someone who was actually doing it that way? Because I would like to have like a good idea of how is it that you value.
Okay, let's look at mine. So I'm gonna go to Andromida team. I'm gonna come down to our is this the Andromida team? Yeah, this is it. We should have our individual main docs, and we should have J. My work reporting is a disaster because it is like so old. Like I haven't been on top of my work reporting because I'm working way too much. I need a lot of help with it. So the last time I did, you know, work reporting Monday, April 17th, right? And Saturday, February 18th, right? But so in my work reporting, it has, you know, I went to the super executive team for an hour and a half, right? So that is pretty general, right? I did planning prep, so it's pretty general. You know, so a lot of these are very general things, right? Jupiter session, you know, so it's very similar, right? You know, doing budget prep, I worked on the EXA budget. So this is a specific budget one, right? So depending on you know, how you track it and where it is, certain days and certain things are not very clear. You know, I need to improve myself, right? So, but I can see here I worked on EXA, right? That's really important that I at least track that it was EXA as opposed to something else. So here I worked on new cyber market research. You know, so just like depends on the situation and what was happening. Here I worked on emails and communications, you know, so there's a little bit, you know, planning, reporting. So there's a little bit in there, but generally it's still pretty general. Obviously on my day-to-day work, it's a little bit clearer. So if you look at my master daily notes, I could see, for example, today, let's just use today as an example. Let's see, so we go to today's master daily notes. So I did the core team retrospectives, and I did a bunch of tasks. I worked on Ethereum, email, and I actually have here that I put the whole email, right? So I worked on the email, I wrote the email. That's actually technically a deliverable because I have the email, right, as a proof of work. So it's not really a full deliverable, but anyway, so I have a couple emails that I did, and then here I would put, you know, this is a buddy team, Jay and Nelly, and we worked on the master ledger for 1 hour, right? And this would be at 1 p.m. America. So all I'm adding is just that we worked on the master ledger during the buddy team. So it's pretty simple. And then maybe, yeah. So does that answer your question, Isaac?
Yes.
Cool. And then here I put like the link to the master ledger. Add that in there. Cool. Awesome. All right. So anyways, it's a pretty minor thing. We just want to slowly get improvement on doing that, and this would obviously affect all of us in the long term, but in the short term, it really doesn't affect too much. So let's get.
Okay, shall we move to the next topic?
Yeah, let's just finish with the voting. So I vote yes, Jorge votes yes, Nelly, Isaac, Anaqueta, James.
I got disconnected, sorry.
Do you vote? Do you want to vote? Yes, no, abstain, 0 to 9.
Haven't we already? voted for that?
Yeah, we voted for it in the full moon session, but it's important to make sure that the Andromeda team also supports the proposal, understand that it is part of the budget. Otherwise,
before I approve it.
Yeah.
For example, this is let's just say that I worked I don't know, I worked the full 30 hours. Okay, but out of those 30 hours, I counted, I don't know, probably there were like 16 out of meetings and not taking notes and being there, and just 14 as as actual work. Like, is that going to count as 29 hours, or how are we going to do that? Because I understand the main purpose of it is that we actually work on something and we actually complete tasks, not just sit down and start listening or watching you do some stuff. But my understanding is, like, let's just say the next week I work 12 hours of actual tasks delivering, and then 17 hours of meetings that we have. This is a hypothetical situation, okay? Is that gonna count like just 15 and 12, or how are we gonna check that? Just
cool. Well, I
first
of all, I love the question because it's a detail, right? And I love getting into the details to really understand it is so important. Second of all, I like to use real numbers. So currently you're at 15 hours. So we'd be dealing with like 7.5 and 7.5 hours, right? So the first answer would be one that, your budget is monthly. So if we average between 1 week and the next week, and it all averages out more or less even, for the month, it's like all perfectly good. Secondly, the answer overall is that for the first month, it's kind of like a trial period, right? I mean, as a team, we are paying each other, and so we're all accountable to the team, and we're all going to pay you for the hours that you work, right? So that's going to happen. Any hours above, either way, we would have to pay you as back pay anyways. And so we can always consider that. And that's part of our payroll discussion for today as well. So secondly, at a very, very technical, minute level, I mean, you're talking about an hour difference, but let's look at a bigger number. Let's say you put in, 10 hours in a week towards meetings and only 5 hours to actually accomplishing tasks and responsibilities, right? So it was like, only a third of your time was put in actually doing any work, right? So we would want you to encourage, one, as a team, we need to reduce the meeting time and create more time for, right? So it's not even it's not even like a top-down thing. It's like, as a team, we need to be balancing our time. We know we all need to get on the same page and have meeting time and do trainings and all that stuff, but we also need to create time for work, right? So it's not even, I mean, part of it is making sure that you guys are responsible for making sure I don't push us to do too much meetings and too much training as well, right? We got to balance it. It's everybody's responsibility, right? So that's one side of it. The other side of it is that in the short term, obviously, we're not really concerned about it. It's mainly just the tracking. It's not the actual work. It's just the tracking of it. So we want to have documented that particular week, and we did actual work. And then the other component would be that the third part would basically be that technically, if somebody put in like 15 hours for doing trainings and they didn't actually do any work, that as a team we could and say, are going to pay you half of your pay, and the other half would be back pay because you didn't actually do anything. You only attended meetings, and the truth is we're gonna have people do that. I mean, the Andromeda team we're not worried about because everyone's like really accomplished and doing a lot of work.
For example, I have a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's just say that in this case we work the full.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we were on the meetings for 10 hours, and I only worked for 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
So I have a 5-hour difference.
Yeah.
And that is going to what it could work, because it's a monthly budget. You could actually like pay for those hours on the next payment, like the next bi-weekly payment, or like we can work something out frequently. That's what I meant. What if it's only like 1 or 2 times? I don't think there should be any much of a trouble, because that means that it's not a regular thing. But if it becomes something like usual, like for the past 3 payments, there's been, I don't know, 15 hours of work and 30 hours of meetings only. So that becomes an issue. But if it's only like every now and then, I don't think it is much of an issue. Or I don't know, I'm probably wrong, but that's my actual like questioning.
I'm a little bit lost right now.
Well, I think
Okay,
it's pretty clear. I think I have a good way of organizing it and making it clear, right? The first thing I'm going to say is that it's going to take a few months to implement this, right?
James writing on Skype,
James is writing on Skype.
just in case.
So it's gonna take a few months to organize this. So that's one thing. Two is that the organization is pretty clear. There's value tracking and work reporting, which is totally separate from payroll and getting paid, right?
Yes.
Right. So they're related, but they're separate. And then the third one is budgeting. So budgeting and planning, right? So planning and budgeting is one thing. So we make a plan and we make a budget. That doesn't directly affect, exactly the payroll and getting paid. We can budget someone and then not pay them anything because they didn't do any work, or we can budget someone and then pay them twice as much because they did twice as much work, right? So we can always choose to pay somebody more than was budgeted or less, right? And then the value tracking, the work reporting, it doesn't need to directly reflect the budget and the payroll, and we can also do advances, right? So with payroll, we can do an advance. We can do, averaging. So the answer, I think, to your questions, Isaac, is yes, yes, and yes. Everything that you just suggested not only are really good ideas, but that we have the power to implement them, and they're already part of our policies.
Awesome.
Yeah. So it's very flexible. We want to be flexible, and most importantly of all of this is bullshit, right? Every single component of this is bullshit, right? And the only thing that gives it any credence is on the level of the individual. So unless we think of value tracking, payroll, and budgeting in the context of the individual, it's meaningless. So only in the context of how does this affect Nellie and Nellie's life, does it actually have credence and a realistic context, right? So if you take it out of the context of the individual, it's just a bureaucracy, So as a bureaucracy, it would be a nightmare. So it wouldn't work because you couldn't take the same policy and apply it to everybody the same way. It has to be applied differently to each different person based on their involvement. So So does that answer your question, Isaac and Nellie? Is that pretty clear for you now too?
Yes.
So I suppose now we're voting.
Yeah. So Nellie, Isaac, Anacleta, James, you guys want to vote? And James was suggesting that the time spent on meetings could be paid as back pay, and obviously that is not going to happen because we are going to pay everybody for all the time that they put in.
Okay, I think Isaac and I voted for this in the global team. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think
did,
Isaac
right?
and Nellie did vote already. Yes.
Yeah, in the full moon session, yeah, we vote. So I'm still with the yes. Yes.
Okay. And Anacleta and James, I think James already voted as well. So Anacleta?
Sorry, Jorge.
I vote yes. So yes, 6.5. And 6.5 is borderline abstain, just so you know.
I am the one that is missing, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm having a lot of delay on the conversation.
So you couldn't hear, so you can just abstain. It's fine. Not voting.
I can explain you later if you need, Anacleta. No
Cool.
problem.
All right, but I think overall we have agreement. Agreement has been reached, which is good. Hold. All right, and then this would go into our document. So we need to make sure we're covering that. So this is a task. All right, copy and paste our decision into the decision doc. So if someone wants to do that, we need that task done.
Where's that doc? Why don't I have access to it?
Well, it should just be in the Andromida doc. If I go here, double team doc, and it should be right above the notes. So if I go to the notes, it's not happy. It should be right above the notes. I mean, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see it.
Cool. So
I'm facing this.
So let's go back to you, Jorge. So at this point in time, we kind of, we went a little over time. We also got to the point where I think we kind of had a conclusion, we made a decision. So as a facilitator, what you would say is there anything else anyone needs to talk, like any other questions, anything regarding the budget or, the policy, payroll policies, and then we would move on.
Well, after we voted, I guess it was clear that because I made it like clear.
Well, I know, but it's not the role of the facilitator to decide that. It's the role of the group. So the facilitator, as the neutral facilitator, if you're doing everything correctly, you would ask the group, is there anything else that needs to be said before we move on to the next topic? Does that make sense? Or any other next steps or anything that needs to be wrapped up before we move on?
Ana Clara's vote no.
Oh, Ana Clara voted no?
No.
So, I mean, I would say that it'd be really, really important to hear why and what her concerns are, and then try to amend them. But maybe we just need to wait till the next meeting when her internet is better, because she just doesn't understand. Because it might be, if it's impossible for us to clarify to her, then it wouldn't be possible to talk to her about it. But it would be, if she had any reason for voting no, that'd be really helpful.
So in this case, if anyone, for example, Ana Clara wants to add something, we can listen to her later afterwards before the meeting's over, or what? Guys, anybody else has anything to say besides Ana Clara? We couldn't hear. Okay.
Cool. So this is really good to experience this. So when there's concerns, right, and people would vote no or have concerns, our goal as a network is always to achieve consensus, right? So that would be a mark in the proposal, which would go along with it, and then we would address it continually until we reach consensus and create a win-win situation for everybody. But we can still move on even without consensus, because we have easily enough yes votes to move on. Does that make sense?
Yep.
But eventually we want to hear Ana Clara's concern. Most likely it's related to just not understanding because of her internet connection. But the fact that she doesn't understand and she's concerned, has any concern whatsoever, we want to address it. And Isaac, you can help with that. We can add Isaac to this, Isaac. And check. I'm screaming. I'm not sure what that means. Don't. LOL. Screaming.
So regarding our time, right now it's 3:20. I guess we need to move to Asana if no one has anything to say about budget.
Sorry. Like that.
So you agree, guys? We're moving to Asana. Point of this on the meeting, okay?
All right, so all right. I'm sorry, I'm screaming still. I don't understand. I think maybe she's screaming because she's upset that her internet's not working. I don't know. All right, so
Yeah, that's right.
let's go ahead and go on. Yeah, so we're going on to what's the next is
Asana.
Asana. So are we able to do Asana without Ana Clara? That would be the first question.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Welcome back.
Okay. Well, I cannot promise you that this is going to last forever, but at least we can try.
Don't worry. If you fade out, I'll step in.
Okay. Are we in Asana?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will try to get fast. Okay. Well, we have this Asana and we have our Andromeda team. So we have two projects. I split everything up into projects. Is the project Andromeda, and it has all the tasks regarding our team. And then we have another project that is project called EXA that has all the tasks regarding EXA. So you can see the tasks. If you click on yourselves or on any other team member, so you have the tasks ordered by team member, then you have the tasks ordered by project, the task order by calendar. It's up to you guys how you want to see it. My best recommendation is if you want to see the global thing and you want to see how the project is going or how the week is going, you go to the project, see how your week is going and how many tasks you have. You go to yourself or another team member. What I did was I put all the tasks in here. Some of them, most of them has the complete date or the date for the task to be complete, the due date already set up, are like set up weekly or monthly. They are going to renew themselves. Those tasks, you never complete them. You never mark as complete, because if you mark them as complete, so you just complete the task and move on. Every time you complete the task, you can write a comment on the task, so we can know for sure when was the last time that someone worked on this. Also in the comments, you can mention another team member, so we can start a chat on the task if there is a problem in order to resolve it. We get notification if someone else mention it on certain task. Then most of them needed to be linked to a file or a document that we create on Drive. I attach already some of them to the task that concerns. But if you have a task and you see that the document is not attached, please do. So we all have our task and we have the document right in front of us, so it's very easy to complete this. Then of course you can, like, other team members, you can change the due dates, you can change inside the projects we have like sections. Each section has the tasks inside them, and some tasks has sub-tasks inside. You can change that. I highly recommend you don't, but if you are going to, just tell us and do it as you wish. That's it. We try to do it like simple, very perceptive, so you can find things easily, and that's it. You can also have team conversations in here. If you go to your Asana, you can see that I already sent you a message. You can all chat in there. And then if we are not online at the same time, all of us, we can like read the message later. And that's it. You can attach files. You can, I don't know, explore it, navigate it. Try to do not delete anything because it's easy to delete things. And that's it. we have some tasks that are not that clear. If you want, we can go one by one and check, because there are some of them that I do not have clear which person is going to take it. So I don't know. That's it.
Okay.
I
Thank
hope
you.
you
Yes.
hear everything I said.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We did.
Do you have
So do
questions?
you want to go? Also, one thing I was forgetting. Each task only lets me assign it to one person only. But what I did was I assigned it to one person only, and then I added the other person, the other like follower. So you can change yourselves. Like for example, we had a lot of tasks that are for Jorge and Nelly. Some of them I put them on Nelly, some of them of Jorge, and the other one I put it as a follower. Guys, you can change it and you can assign yourselves the tasks that actually you are going to do.
Cool.
Okay.
I don't know what else. I will be checking this every day before our meetings and after our meetings, and I will be updating it constantly. Like I order every and each task for a team member. I did it like daily. I put up all the tasks that are due like tomorrow or right now, like from low to the ones that are next week are like down.
Okay.
At the bottom of your list. So I will do this every single day. Like I will check which ones are the priorities and I will order your tasks. So you can do first the ones that are urgent.
Okay.
And that's it. Yeah, right now. For real.
Great. So, I have a couple things I wanna say, and I think overall this is amazing. I love it. It's really exciting. I think everybody's it'll get us a lot more organized. Okay. So, a couple things. I think one thing is we might need to add James.
Yes, I
So-
was about to ask you that.
Yeah, and I think
I
that
can-
means
I can
that
do it.
we need to create an email for him because he has to have a special email, and then that would be my task. And so,
Okay, I will add it in here.
yeah, I think that I need to create the email because I can do that. So,
What
and
about
then
Lucy?
say again, Isaac.
What about Lucy? Is she going to help us, or she's going to be just part of the global team?
Yeah, the Andromeda team would just be people who are like actively here. Like James is the only person in the global team that's actively present in Andromeda team. So I would just say it would just be James for now. Yeah, and just because someone's helping us doesn't mean they need to be on the Asana, right? Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Just
Cool. All right, so, but if James is here regularly, we can add him to the Asana, and if, we need to add someone else instead, we could take him off, but we can add up to 15 people, so that should be good. So the other thing I would mention is that there's two things. One is the granularity, so everything as it's set up now is perfectly fine. The direction that I would go is that I would, as we get more organized, that we would, like, let's use HR in recruitment, for example. So HR in recruitment being a task is very broad as far as the task goes. And then you could have...
It's not a task, it's a section. If you go, you can see that in there you're going to have lots of tasks. Now is only one.
Well, yeah, this would be a subtask, right? So you have a subtask. So I personally, the direction that I'm going to be going is like something like HR, like personnel and HR could be an entire project, right? And recruitment even also could be an entire project. So I think it's fine as it is here, but I'm going to be most likely going the direction of having, payroll, HR, recruitment being actual projects, and then listing multiple tasks and then multiple subtasks.
Yes.
But either way, I think it's fine to do it however people want to do it, but that's probably the direction that I'm going to go unless there's an issue with that.
No, I think they
it's
should be a
difficult to-
project.
But okay, the thing is, like, this is the way I found in order to different, like, have that are from Andromeda, that are from EXA or clients. So the thing is, in things like that, because you are seeing your board, your personal board. Your personal board, it seems like everything is tasks. Like, yeah, you have the tasks, but you can see, like, on the left, that task is inside what is it called, a section or a big task, and this is a subtask, and it goes like this. If you go to the project, if you go like to EXA, you can see that you have all these sections, and inside each section you have like tasks, and inside that task you have subtasks.
Yeah, I do
Of
see what
course,
you're saying, though, in terms of the confusion of the internal Andromeda, for example, internal Andromeda value tracking versus EXA value tracking, and having both of them as projects within the Andromeda team can be kind of confusing. So I do see where you're coming on that level.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
So
You know, but I would say that
we,
yeah, keep going. You go first.
we should think this as a more than our only accounts, like our personal accounts. If you go to your personal account, of course, you are going to see like random tasks that you don't know exactly what it is. But if you go in there, it's going to tell you which project it is, which task it is, and what is the description of that subtask.
Great.
It is and everything.
Yeah.
You're going to, in your personal account, you're going to see only like random tasks.
Mm-hmm.
Order by priority, but have all the information about project, section, task, subtask. Go to the project, there you have everything organized.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Awesome. All right. So I think this is good. So overall, you know, we're going to have to play around with it and sort of think about, you know, what the exit project means, you know, and how we might want to relate that to, you know, the African Andromeda team project. So, you know, we could even make a whole new team that's for EXA, the EXA Andromeda team. But anyways, so let's just leave it as it is for now. But it's perfectly fine to add more projects if you want to get more granularity. And then for the next steps, we want to think about our project management system. And then we also want to think about, you know, the relationship between the product task and responsibilities. But I think either way, we still want to add buddy teams to Asana. So like right here, I added buddy team Jay and Jorge, right? And so me and Jorge can have our own projects and our own activities, and then every single buddy team and double team would be listed in here. And so the Andromeda team would be like the overall team, which actually might be more in relationship to like this stuff, you know, with the Andromeda task and value tracking, and whereas like EXA might go more into buddy teams and double teams and stuff like that. So I think that will help, you know, so people can track their own projects within their own buddy team.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Ana Clara, that we would have all the buddy teams in Asana as well?
Yeah.
Yes. What we can try is like, let me think. Maybe for tomorrow I have a solution for that.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. But right now we have a couple buddy teams. Is the Jay and Jorge buddy team, and we'll be probably adding a few
Jorge,
other ones.
Ana Clara, and Isaac.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll have our buddy teams, and then we'll just go from there. All right. Cool. So I think this is good. So let's go ahead and add this to tasks and next steps really quick. Actually, can someone do that? Who's responsible for that? I think that's is it Nelly?
Yeah, we'll have to
Jorge?
check that. Actually, we were going to talk about that today, about the project system. I have it right here. That we need to discuss that today.
Yeah. But as far as just like our short term, so the task master document updating would be Jorge and Nelly.
Yeah, the project management systems. We need to discuss that today.
I don't know if we're going to get to it, but as far as just finishing up this particular topic, If Jorge can copy and paste these tasks, and Nelly, you could copy and paste the next step into the topics, then we'll be done.
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you how to do this?
Where-
Or you guys
where
know
should
what I'm
we
talking
paste
about? So these tasks would go, I would copy, I would come down here, we're just gonna go to our tasks, and then I would just add them to the tasks, paste, right? And then for the topics, it would be the same thing.
In the topics.
I would add these next steps, and I would go up to the topics, and next steps. I have next steps right here, and I would add it right here to next steps.
Okay, sure. We'll do that.
And I think that we actually have, you were saying that we might have next steps already with that, but no. Okay, cool. So any other things? Well, I think it's just Jorge. So Jorge, now we're back to facilitation. Yes, anything else?
Right now then we have finished Asana. We have internal responsibilities. We are a little behind. It's almost.
Well, it's
20 minutes
actually
to 4.
Jorge. We want to even slow down even more. Like it's just the question would be before we jump into internal responsibilities, we're still within Asana, and so we want to ask everybody, is there anything else that anyone needs to say about Asana before we just close it? Right. It's like one last chance.
Right. I was checking that if anyone can log in on Asana, right? Because that was one of the main goals for this Asana meeting, right? Anyone can get into Asana, correct?
Except for James. Obviously, James can't. You're going to fix that.
Yeah, but it's already added that you have to open an account for James, right, Jay?
Yeah.
Jay,
Okay.
so he can open an email and we can open.
Oh, somebody already put the project, the next steps in next steps.
Yeah, I did that to show you how to do it. Okay, so
Yeah, he also plays the tests as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, over time you guys will get better at it. So I can do that right now as well. So Jorge, again, the question is there anything else for Asana, or are you ready?
No, there were no questions from the team for Asana.
Cool.
So we can move forward.
Awesome. All right. So let me go back to our topics. So as the internal.
We have some tasks that we should assign to somebody.
Okay, that's good. So Ana Clara is saying that there are a few tasks that we might want to quickly go through and assign to people.
Do you want to? Maybe I should decide, or
I think that's a good idea.
To do it right now.
So is this part of the master task list, or where are we finding it? Do you want to just go over it real quick, or what?
I have them on Asana. If you want, I can go one by one and tell you.
Is it easy for us to see it, or how do you see tasks on Asana that haven't been assigned?
Yeah, you go. I will show you a face from no one. It's like it's mostly for X, I think. Like payroll from EXA, I don't have anything, but I assigned it to Jay because I assume it was Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is.
And yeah, no, that's it. I already assigned everything to everybody. I don't know. Let me just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Failure tracking. No, everything is okay.
Okay.
I already filled everything out. You can move on.
But I will put here as a next step, we do want to go through more like just task and responsibility organizing.
That would be on Asana, correct?
Yes.
Well, no, this would be a next step for us to talk about, and this includes both Asana and Google Docs, right? And all the master task list, master responsibilities list, all that stuff. Project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No more questions about these guys? Anything
No.
to add? All right. So right now we're moving into internal responsibilities. It's 20 minutes to 4. So I don't know if this is like should move this or we still have time to do this and do the wrap up.
Well, look, this is our first thing is task and responsibility delegation. And that's kind of part of wrap up
Yes.
anyways. I think we should just go into wrap up and then we can do this. I think the only other thing we know to make sure is that payroll is taken care of. So let's cover payroll really quickly as part of wrap up as well. So I'd say we go into wrap up. You guys sound good? So, and I'll take care of wrap up for today, Jorge. Okay, so really quickly covering payroll. I mean, we need to get everybody paid at the end of the month, right? So it's the second Saturday of the month, and so we do payments for everybody. So, for example, on Claire, I'm going to make sure if we're doing, you know, PayPal or Western Union or whatever it is, just clarify it so we know how to pay everybody, and then we're going to want to get everybody's work reporting updated. So work reporting updated. And this might be a priority for Saturday morning, tomorrow morning as well, as far as scheduling it. Are there any questions about payroll?
Not for me, but
No.
the rest of the guys.
No, I don't have questions.
Okay, cool. And generally speaking, I mean, I feel like this is Jay and Nelly, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Cool. All right. So I think we're good on payroll. So next steps, are there any other next steps that we need to talk about or address?
Next steps, let me check. No, it says test result. Nope, that will be it.
We don't have right now. Let me. No. Nope.
Cool. So I think we're ready to go into responsibilities.
Yep.
We can review our next steps we already put in there, though. We had something here about G calendar training updating with Asana. I'm not sure what this was, but that was the next step that was already in there. Do we know what that is?
Oh, that there's. My guess is that there's on Asana you can actually assign the task, but we have to be using our emails or Gmails again.
Uh-huh.
Or email accounts.
So
But we are using the other emails, right? We are using the
We
emails
can.
for Andromida.wc.
Okay, well let's just say that Asana and project management systems. So Asana again is a project management platform, right? And this is Asana. So let's put all that into the same thing here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So and Asana. Oh no, I'm getting the spinning wheel of death. Maybe that'll help a little bit. All right, so I think we're good. Any other next steps people could think of?
Next steps.
I guess we're good on,
We need
the goals and overall
we do
responsibility.
need to check about
yes,
the
monthly
project
goals.
management system. We were going to discuss that today, but I think that's not going to be possible. So perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, you're right. And the other thing we haven't gone over is
Yes.
our overall week-to-week plan. You know, anyway, so I mean,
Yeah.
overall, kind of where I'm at is like about a day and a half, 2 days ago, I came to the conclusion that you know, it was way beneficial for us to take a step backwards, get more focused,
Yeah.
really like slow down and like get ourselves together. And I think we've actually like in the last 2 days, some amazing things have happened. You know, I think there's a lot more buy-in to our vision, right, as a team, right? And I think that
Yes.
we also have a little more clarity in our relationship with the global team, and there's more clarity, which is in getting way more organized. So, and because of that, we didn't accomplish a lot of things. Like there's a lot of things in our weekly plan that we didn't accomplish, so we're behind schedule. And I think that's okay. So we're behind
Yes.
schedule by as much as like half a week. But I think that's going to be okay because we're going to have the master ledger done. So we focused on the master ledger. We ignored most everything else. And I think that's just where we are right now, you know? So next week, we're going to want to do some catch up from what we didn't accomplish this week, and just it'll be fine.
Okay.
And the monthly goals, doing it next week is kind of good because next week will be the beginning of the next month. Beginning of the next month. Right? So it'll be good to look into our monthly goals and what we want to accomplish for the month at the beginning of the month as opposed to the end. Right now, we're supposed to be doing evaluation. So maybe we can do some monthly evaluation. Hopefully we can have some time to do some evaluation. This would be good. Yeah. And
actually, if someone has time today, maybe we can check on that. Still be on time for everything about the project management system.
Well, yeah, we
somebody has time today.
Yeah, we have the rest of today, and we also have tomorrow morning, and we have Sunday.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So we might get to it. Okay. So so I think we're done with all of this stuff regarding next steps. Okay. So it's done.
Okay. Anything we want to add or anything we're missing?
In terms of what? Anything we want to add, or in terms of missing?
In terms of next test or something. Okay.
I don't think so. I think we're done. I think we're good. So let's go to responsibilities. So in the responsibilities section, this is really where we start getting a lot more organized. So we had, for example, this new responsibility of payroll. So me and Nelly are responsible for payroll now, right? So what this means is that, you know, we need to break this down real quick. We're not going to go into detail, but basically we need to get, so this is everybody. So there are payroll responsibilities from everyone. You know, make sure we know how to pay you. This is particularly important for Ana Clara. And then,
yes,
as well as like some of the global team. And this is payroll for the full team. It's everybody. From here, it was to update, everyone needs to update your work report. Very important. And then we need to update the work pay spreadsheet, right? So these are different tasks that need to happen, and obviously there's plenty more. So also, like, you know, figure out the other tasks. So what are other responsibilities that we should cover? So obviously another responsibility is the Andromida project management system, right? So right now this is still sort of for all of us.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
You know, I think Jay, Nelly, and Ana Clara could do a pretty good job, and maybe Isaac as well might want to be in here too. But this is also from this, you have the Asana is Ana Clara project management platform.
Yeah.
So, and we already went through all the tasks for Asana. That should be fine. And these would be tasks here. Does anyone have any questions about their responsibilities?
I think we are okay.
Well, I think of one that I can think of is James. So James, so this would, you know, potentially be part of personnel / HR. So this would also be Jay and Nelly, right?
Yes.
So James, the question would be, you know, what are James's responsibilities in relation to the Andromeda? Right. So obviously he's interested in being involved, so we should cover that. Is he still here? Let's see if he's still here.
Yes, he's still here.
Awesome. Okay. So that's going to be important. Maybe it has to do with he might be the primary liaison between the global team and the Andromeda team, right? So the global team has, you know, a lot of responsibility to support the Andromida team, right? So this could relate to a whole bunch of things regarding Andromida team support. This is like value tracking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe we should work with him. Like he could help with the value tracking as well. So he could work with
Yeah.
some of these session tracking stuff like James and Nelly. I'll work together on some of that stuff. Okay. So let's see what else
Yes.
for responsibilities. And I think we're pretty good. Any last thing on responsibility?
One quick thing. Sorry, I know we passed this already, but it was the next step that we skipped.
Yeah.
I found a way to link the Google Calendar from our Gmails with the Asana account.
Cool.
Good.
Synchronize everything.
Nice. That's
Just,
awesome.
I just found it.
Okay, I will check that out.
I can let Clara know so she can tell you guys how to do it. All right.
Cool. All right. So let's go. Let's move on from the responsibilities. We can add that to a task as well, but obviously we need to continue to organize responsibilities. So this would be part of worker coordination, is like organizing responsibilities. Is anyone interested in helping me with the worker coordination?
Sure. I can do that.
Who is that? Besides Nelly? Just Nelly?
Nelly?
Anyone else?
If you need another pair of hands, I can help you
Maybe
out.
Isaac? Okay. So this obviously looks like something maybe we'll talk more about tomorrow. Organizing responsibilities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So I think so now we're gonna go into the tasks. And I think all of this is pretty clear. Overall, we're gonna wanna get better at organizing. So this would be internal documentation. Right. So done by James. Awesome. Thank you, James. See, and then this directly would go into our value tracking. So we come up here, we go to value tracking, and then this would be a task that was done. See? So more tasks. Add buddy team to Asana. So this is all part of Asana. This is all part of Asana. So we want to start organizing our priorities based on the responsibility. Ongoing tasks, so end of meeting, master document updating. I think we have Nelly and Jorge on this, but I can't remember.
Yes.
Is that right? So we want to copy all the master tasks into the master task list, the video indexing, the next steps, or copy, basically the whole topic, the priority topics.
I'm doing the video
all right.
training index.
And then session meeting and value tracking, like James and Nelly and Jorge can help with that. And I will help with this as well because it's a lot. Copy and paste, and then eventually where this is going to go is we're going to be there's a couple new spreadsheets, a new spreadsheet on the actual internal value tracking for sessions. We're going to add that. Maybe we can get James on that. And Ulysses has been working with that too. All right, so I think all our tasks are looking pretty good for now. Any questions about the people's tasks?
Nope.
Cool.
No, only the value tracking we're doing today, so we can. I want to be really aware of that.
Okay, so we'll do usually the value tracking happens as part of the follow-up. So if someone wants to stay late a little bit, although we do want to get into the master ledger, but we can go over it briefly if we have time, okay? All right,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
let's do some evaluations. So it would be good to do a quick round because of the end of month evaluation. It would be nice to have more time, but and then everybody should do the form to just evaluate at least our team. Did we ever get the self-evaluation form started or written up?
Do we have a template or something?
We can use the one as a template.
Okay, let's just say no, we don't have that. So let's add that to our task list. So we want to make sure we're doing the, and this would be part of HR, like personnel HR. So we want to make sure we have the monthly self/detailed evaluation form. All right, so I don't remember who was supposed to do it, but anyways, we'll get to that. So let's just do the general one. So the general one's really easy. Like, let's say I want to click on that. I'm like, okay, I want to evaluate the Andromida team, right? And this would be like a monthly evaluation overall, how we've done over the month. And maybe I'm like, 6.5, 6.5 for our general.
I already did the evaluation, and I think Ana Clara did too.
Great. Yeah, that's great. So I'm just saying, that we, and then you can also do the evaluation for the session, how'd the session go? And we can evaluate each other and other buddy teams and stuff. So anyways, I just think it's good for everybody to, take a moment and do a quick, monthly evaluation recap. In the future, we'll have a more detailed one for monthly because the general one is for like daily and weekly use, right? But let's do a quick round. So I'll start. So for me, the month went really well. This is our first month, so it was pretty, just getting started. And it's the day and night. I mean, without the help, I don't think from all of you guys and like the way that we worked like a team and collaborate together, I don't think we would be anywhere close to where we are today. So yeah. So I'm very thankful. Things that I would improve upon. So usually it's like what went well, what could be improved upon. The improvement, I think we're really taking steps towards organizing our tasks and responsibilities, and but we're still not there yet. I mean, there's a long way to go. I think there's a lot of things that aren't happening that we're just not really clear on them. So it's like, what is it that's not happening to just make sure we're tracking it so that we acknowledge that it's not happening. And lastly, I am not getting to a lot of my personal tasks and goals, and I'm not even getting to like, adding up all my hours for the week. And it's just like, at some point we need to get back to, some of the administrative assistant and personal assistant roles, because I just need help on catching up on that side of things. Because it's been a lot doing all the training, getting all these new teams going, and it's probably going to continue for another month. But yeah, cool, check. And we can kind of do this instead of our checkout too. So it can be kind of like checkout / evaluations for the month.
Okay, who wants to jump in?
Now that I have connection,
Okay.
like wrap up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's kind of like what went well
For me today
for the
was
month
like,
and what.
Can you turn down a bit? You're kind of too loud.
now. Okay, hello?
In my head.
Hello?
Hello?
So should I wrap up, like check out?
Yeah, but we're kind of doing evaluations. So anything you can add to like how the entire month went, what went well, what could be improved.
Well, I think that the month went well. At the beginning, it was like a little messy and confusing and frustrating. But somehow, because this is new, we got to know it and understand it a little bit over time. And I think that in general, we are more comfortable working in this system, in this team, and with one another. That's my experience, at least. And over time, it made me want to work. Like I want, and I have like this. I don't know. It out to a lot of say. So for me, it went well. Like there is so much to do and be better at, but I think that over time we are going to accomplish.
Anything you can think that could be improved?
Yeah, I think that organization is to be improved. Like we need to be organized, and not also organized like in things. I think we need to be more organized in thoughts and do our meetings more productive and not like that much to discuss things, but doing things. Like we are getting there. We are getting to the point that we are not only talking, but we are doing. I think that we'll move forward on that. Like we need to do more and get more, like be more efficient in these meetings and in every day. Like we need to reach a point in which everyone knows what needs to be done and just do it. But it's only the first month, so I do not expect that happens right now. Like it's not happening to me at all. Like I'm feeling really behind, and sometimes I feel really stupid. So I do not expect that happens to the whole team, but I think that is an objective and a point where we should aim.
Cool. Who's next?
I can go next.
Okay.
Well, the first thing, I think that we have been like a long way so far, even if it's the first month, right? I believe that also there's a lot of space for improvement because we have proved that we can work as a team. And I want to encourage everyone, if you have any questions, because I know that sometimes even myself, sometimes I may feel kind of dumb asking the same thing over and over, but sometimes we go so fast that probably only 70% of the people here are following through that. So I want to encourage everyone to ask, because just the way as I do and the way as Nelly does, right? Just ask. I think that the whole reason for these meetings is to be like more aware about what we're doing, right? And I think that we are doing like a good job, even if we are still behind some things. I'm quite sure that it's following the guides coming from Jay. We even do facilitation in a few months, not days, but in a few months. That'll be it.
Yeah, and I just want to add there, Jorge, today was the first day that you tried facilitation, and we put you on maybe like 3 or 4 topics, and you did a great job. I mean, you were a natural facilitator, so thank you so much. You're very impressive. So who wants to go next? Isaac?
You want to go next, James?
Oh, James, you want to go? So James, so just be like a checkout, how the meeting went for you, how the month went for you. I know you've been you're the only person in the global team who can't meet during the Oceania sessions, so it's been tough, because you've kind of only had like 3 or 4 main meetings with like the full moon and the Mercury and stuff like that. But James, you want to check out and just say, are you still there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
So the month has been very challenging and interesting at the same time because of the global scheduling. But for me, it was very interesting and learning a lot of different stuff that I never knew. I'm looking forward to the future, and I hope that it will bring a lot of good memories.
Anything you'd want to improve upon, or anything you're interested in, like tasks, responsibilities, other ways of helping the Andromeda team?
Yeah, okay, for now, I'm just trying to learn about the Andromida, but I hope that in the future I'll take on more tasks so as to reduce the burden that is upon the Andromida team.
Yes, great. And Nelly, you should help with that as well. Like me, Nelly, and James
Sure.
should connect. And obviously, Anaclata is going to help with James as well. But it's basically anything that's part of the internal stuff that we can, train James to help out with the Andromeda team internal systems, like everything from value tracking, payroll, all that stuff. It'll be awesome.
Yes.
That'll help a lot. And then he can liaison into the rest of the global teams. The whole global team can be helping all those tasks that we don't have time for because we're focused on exa. Cool.
Yes,
all right,
maybe
Isaac.
it will be helpful if he tell us perhaps an idea of what he likes to be doing and what he would like to be working on. That would be helpful.
Cool. I mean, James is really good at, he can deal with the spreadsheets. He's good at communications. He's, I'm sure he'll be
Okay.
good at the value tracking, and, he's, what I love about James is that he's willing to basically learn new things. So,
Great,
yeah.
great. All right.
Yeah. So we'll keep working with him. But the hard thing for him is that it's the middle of the night right now. And it's like
Okay.
he can't really make it. He's in Eastern Africa, so it's like,
Let me check the time in Eastern.
yeah, it's probably like 3 a.m. right now.
1 a.m.
1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. So it's
It's
so he
1
doesn't.
a.m.
Yeah, it's so he doesn't have a lot of time at these meetings, but he's going to be working more with the Atlantic team as we get the Atlantic team set up, because earlier is better for him. And then he doesn't really do the Oceania team because it's too early in the morning. So anyways, over time, once we get the Atlantic, are you going to be there on Saturday, James, for the Atlantic session on Saturday?
Yeah, I was invited by Ana Clara.
Perfect. Okay, so that'll be a really good time to go over some of your role and think more about the Atlantic team, because that's where you're going to play a much bigger role.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Isaac.
Well, I would like to say that I'm very impressed. I liked what we have accomplished so far. I know it's been a little hard for some, not losing track of what we're doing, but at least for me, this past 4 or 5 days, I've been able to close the gap a lot into what I still need to get. But overall, I like the meeting. I like that that it is like it was very unlikely for us to be able to meet such great people. Working with Jorge and Nelly and Ana Clara, knowing that those my teammates are actually people that like to work, that are not just procrastinating, and being easy to talk to is not just simple, and it's even harder when we do it in a global scale. And being able to find people like Jay, like Jorge, like Nelly, like Ana Clara, like James, it's really, really hard, and I'm glad, and I think that means something. All of us. The tasks, I know that we still have room to improve. And I'm looking forward for the next couple of months, years, decades. I don't know. Whatever the life brings.
Nelly?
Okay, I am really excited about this project that we are working on. The team, I really like the team a lot, all the people involved. I think we have very different skills, and we are all putting what our skills, and we are working on something and giving the best of us. So I like that. I think finally I am getting more involved in what it is EXA and the work and everything. I'm learning new things, which is very important and it's very cool. And I like that. And I like working a lot in the team and everything. And how I see that people is getting involved also, and how all we are enjoying it. So yes, yeah.
Anything that you would want to improve upon? Improving?
Yes. What? Sorry.
Anything you want to improve upon, like improvement, things that could be improved or changed?
Yes, I think we need to perhaps we need to improve. I don't know. I thought we need to improve a lot in our organization, but I think we are getting there slowly, and we are all given part of us to do that because we are all willing to work and to get things done. So something that we could improve perhaps is if, get things done a little bit quicker. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Cool. All right, I think that's everything. Jorge, is there anyone else? Anything else? Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We are 11 minutes after 4. I guess we can start with the master ledger.
Hey guys, I need to step out like for 10 minutes, but I'll be back as soon as possible.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and break for now, and or not break. We're gonna stop the meeting and start the work session on the master ledger. Me and Nelly, we're gonna also work on the session meeting value tracking. And maybe James. Who has to? Jorge, you're here for a little bit. Ana Clara, you need to get going, right? Or maybe she's already gone.
I have to leave.
Yeah. So you can take off. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay. Thank you, guys. See you
Yes.
tomorrow. I will update Asana with the task of today and meet you tomorrow.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So, Jorge, are you interested in the session and meeting value tracking, or do you want to just like jump into the master ledger, or where are you at?
Well, right now, the way you want it, because I think that anything that we can learn now, we can just keep moving ahead.
Mhm.
It's going to be beneficial for the whole team. So.
Okay, well, I think with James here, let's make sure James is still here. Are you still here, James?
Hello, I'm still here.
Awesome, yeah. And you can see my screen, right? So anyways, I think it would be helpful to get in a little more detail on the session/meeting value tracking. And then while you're doing that, I think we need a new doc, like this doc right here, it's in yellow. We need an information doc on value tracking, tokenization, and economic logic. So because this is just getting too long. So this needs to be a brief introduction on the master ledger. And right now it's just getting too long. And so we want to basically cut most of this and put it in this this information doc. Sure. Did you hear me, Jorge?
Yeah, sorry, it was a little cut.
Yeah. So Jorge, I'm just asking for you to. So we have the master ledger, and the first thing that's come to mind here is that we want to do a very, very brief introduction about the master ledger, and then this is probably going to be like maybe like this long. And so all the rest of the stuff needs to be cut out, and then we're going to be putting it into here. So click here for more information regarding the EXA network ledger. So we need a new doc. Okay. So this is a new doc.
All right, so I need to trim it, like just take the most important part of their order, or just
make a new doc and then copy and paste the entire thing into the doc, and then leave it all there. So this would just be
what
a
would be the name of that document? So
yeah, this would just be. And I would just say that the way with our notes is let's just go ahead and put a master ledger section here in our notes, and this is a new kind of double team. Jay, Nelly, Isaac. Well, Isaac's not here right now. Jorge and James. So this would be for the notes. This would be heading 2. This would be heading 3, and then we also want to do an index here as well. All right, so this is the task. Task is to create a new info doc, and this is Jorge. All right, so while you do that, Jorge, and work on master ledger a little bit, you can also be paying attention to us, and we're going to go over the session meeting value tracking. Okay, you ready, Nelly and James? Okay, so the first thing is attendance. So this would be, you know, everybody would have attendance, and then there's early. So it's just like general attendance, early, on time, and preparation. Okay. So my understanding is that there was no preparation. Everyone was on time, right? Was there anybody who wasn't here right at, I mean, a lot of us were here early, right? Yep. So we just list out the general. So this would be everybody: Jay, Isaac, Nelly, Ana Clara. You guys can all be helping with this simultaneously. Like, you don't just need to watch me do this.
Jorge and James.
And then you have James and Jorge. Yeah, so it's all of us. No one, there was a couple of us early, but we were busy with another meeting, so we weren't technically early, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But we were all on time, so that looks good. So time, I think we all did, well, some of us are continuing, right? So we were all there on time. So Ana Clara, we know that she did exactly, well, let's just say 2 hours.
2 hours.
Right? And the rest of us are still going, technically. All right? Session rules.
Yes.
Okay, so session rules is basically clear here. So Jay helped facilitation, and Jorge notes. Jorge, Isaac, did Isaac do much note taking? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Timekeeper, Nelly and Jorge. Nelly, did you do much timekeeping? I can't remember. Nelly, did you do much timekeeping?
Well, yes.
Video indexing. Jorge definitely did the video indexing, session meeting value tracking. So this is us. We're doing this now, right? And we're also going to add James to this. Communications support. We didn't really do that. Master document updating. I was doing some of this, and then I think Jorge did. Nelly, did you work on this?
Yes.
Asana coordinator, Ana Clara and Isaac. And preparations. No one did any preparations. All right. Cool. And then none of this is applicable. All that's done. So work. We did not work. Oh, we're actually working on the master ledger now. So Jorge is literally working on the master ledger as we speak, right?
I just created the document. It's named rough draft master ledger introduction. I think I just copied the first part. I just said yes.
Yeah, just copy the first part. Don't delete anything. Just copy and paste it in there. Yeah.
Okay. Done.
And then link it. You want to link it. So I did some
What do you want me to
training.
link?
I don't know. Maybe I did like an hour of training. Jay, what other work was done? Document work. I think James did some documentation work. Maybe like, 15 minutes or something like that. Ana Clara was doing at least a half hour or even an hour of
Yes.
I don't know how long, but she did a bunch while we were meeting. Asana tracking, Asana taskifying. So Jorge value tracking, I'm gonna know. Let's just say a half an hour. So is there anything else as far as like actual work that was done during the meeting? All right. So then do we have the tasks?
I don't think so.
So Jorge did some tasks. James did some tasks. I did a task. Were there any other tasks that were done during the meeting? Jorge just did another task. He did this one right here. Right, so we can copy that and put that here too. Done, Jorge. Anything else you could think of?
No.
No.
Okay, so, and we could always review the task list to see if there's anything else. So then we do the totals, right? So this is where it gets exciting. So far we've only been kind of starting to track some of the meeting value stuff. and it's helpful. You know, it's definitely helpful, but it's not like the end goal. The end goal is actually the actual, you know, done deal. And there is, yeah, value tracking here. Wait, this is a exa value tracking, and then we're also doing internal session value tracking. So this would be J, right? So I'm doing this right now. Is that about 0.25? So if someone starts helping, we can add them too. So the totals here, right? And we can give people while doing training as well. So maybe I'm doing another half an hour of training too. So let's start with, so I do me, let's do Isaac. Ooh, so attendance. I'm just gonna copy and paste this one from yesterday because it's just like, I don't want to have to think of it offhand. It's easier to have it. All right. Attendance on time. All right. So this is a good. Okay. So we do Isaac attendance. So he gets 1 point, right? He's on time. He gets 1 point. Eventually, this will all be put into a spreadsheet, and it will just do it all automatically. It'll literally calculate all this stuff automatically for you. So anything else? He's on time. He didn't do any preparation, so that's done. Okay. So then Isaac did 2 hours, right? So his time, he was 2 hours plus. You know, we can add a little yellow here so that we know we need to double check it. So 2 hours plus. A little yeller. All right. Then we have his roles. Isaac helped with the notes. Did he really help with the notes though? I don't know if he actually did much note taking.
I don't know.
And then he did a little Asana coordination, right? So we would say here, you know, notes, maybe he gets like, you know, 1 point for helping out with the notes, even though he didn't do much. And then for Asana, I mean, he might have done like maybe 15 minutes of Asana. You know, point for Asana plus 5 hours. I don't know. All right, so those are roles. Work, exa value tracking, master ledger. So I don't think Isaac actually did any specific work that I know about. And I don't know if he actually did anything on Asana either. Maybe we'll just give him a point for Asana. You know? So, but we can look into that. Recording, broadcast, done. So these are all the tasks. I don't think Isaac did any tasks or anything. So I think this is it for Isaac, right? So he would have 1, 2, 3, 4 points plus 2 hours, which is equal to 140 session credits. Okay.
How do you do that calculation?
So currently what we're doing is we're doing 60-second session credits per hour and then 5 session credits per point.
Okay.
And then this is the number that would then go into the session value tracking spreadsheet. And this is what we want you to help out with as well, James. So if we pull up, let's pull up the global one, go to the global team, and let's see if we can find this new spreadsheet that Ulysses has actually been working on. So I'm very excited that Ulysses has been busting this out. So session. I don't see it anywhere. So the question would be how to actually find that. I don't know. But anyways, that's what would go into the session spreadsheet. So technically, you could give people direct value based on based on their involvement. You know, so I could say we're gonna give Isaac 2 hours for his time, right? And plus all these different points. You know, so let's do Jorge next, okay? And you can put each individual part into the spreadsheet, right? But overall, the session credits are like the overall amount, but he could still have attendance points and on-time points and, you know, note points and everything. Does that make sense? You guys follow me on that?
Yes, you said, if I can recall, that the more
Yes.
points that you can get, you will get more power in decision, like voting or stuff, right?
Well, if I had the actual spreadsheet open, maybe I have it here. Let me see. Session double T. I don't see it.
Which one are you looking for?
It's this one that Ulysses made. He made a new spreadsheet specifically for tracking the session work hours and the session time. So anyways, let's not worry about it for now. We can deal with it later. So let's do Jorge. But like my point is simply that like your time that you did is always recorded as 2 hours of contribution, right? You came for 2 hours, that will always be recorded as 2 hours, right? In
Yes.
addition to your 2 hours of time being recorded as your contribution, you're also getting 140 session credits overall for your overall contribution to the session. But
So
you're
2
also
hours is
getting
going to
a
be
point for helping with the
like
notes,
1
and you're getting a point for helping with the sonnet. You guys understand what I'm saying?
One more time, because Nelly was talking, sorry.
So all I'm trying to say here is that Isaac is getting 140 session credits, but he's also getting 2 hours of time and a point for Asana and a point for notes. All right, let's do Jorge. It'll be a little clearer with Jorge, okay? So Jorge, let's go to the top.
Okay.
So Jorge was here, he attended, so he gets a point for attendance, he gets a point for being on time. So it's the same as Isaac. So we can just copy and paste the first two into Jorge, done. Next, we have time. Jorge has been here longer, so we know Jorge has at least 2.5 hours, right? So 2.5 plus. He helped with facilitation and notes for the full time, right? So 2.5 hours plus. So we have facilitation, 2.5 hours. Time, 2.5 hours. Notes, 2.5 hours. What else did Jorge do? Timekeeper.
Video indexing and timekeeping.
And video indexing. So we could say video indexing 2.5. Did you video index the master ledger one yet?
Yes. Yes, I did.
And then we have what was the other one? Video indexing and timekeeping. Right. So timekeeping 2.5 hours. And we could technically, you know, cut the timekeeping in half between Nelly and Jorge, but this is perfectly fine. Okay, so then we have Jorge for master document updating. And that's it. Okay, so we do that one as well. Jorge master doc updates 2.5 hours. But he didn't really do that for 2.5 hours. He maybe did that for like an hour, right? So work. Jorge did some value tracking on the ledger for half an hour. And that's all we have there. And tasks. Jorge did 2 tasks. He did this task and the other one, so we could add those in there. And the task would just be a point, right? So This would be one point. And 1 point. Okay, so I think that's everything for Jorge. So the total, Jorge's total would be 1, 2, 3, 4 points plus 5, 10, 12, 50, 13 hours. So that would be 800 credits. Because Jorge was very involved in the meeting. So are we understanding here how this works? So as you can see, there's a lot of time and effort that goes into tracking all this. Eventually we'll have a spreadsheet that all you have to do is plug in, you know, what people did, and it'll do all the calculations automatically, right? But the point is that the reason why we're doing it for some random buddy team or double team is because we're practicing, because we're going to be doing this for like big sessions where we're going to be issuing value not for ourselves, but for the public, right? So the public will come in for like a movement meeting or whatever meeting it is, or for EXA or whatever, and we will be tracking everybody's credits in value, not for ourselves, but for the whole public, for the whole community coming together. So that makes sense of why we're putting effort into learning how to do this, even though it's really only important for like the Venus session or the Jupiter session or like the big important, you know, global sessions or whatever. But we're gonna do it for ourselves because we just have to keep practicing so that when we get to the important sessions, that we'll be ready for it. Okay.
Okay.
So, do you guys understand how we got to where we are now?
More or less.
Okay, so
Yes,
then
more or less, because let's do Nelly.
Yeah, so 4 times 5, right? So you get 5 points, 5 credits per point. So 5 times 4 is 20. And then it's 780 here, so it's 800 session credits. And then the only other thing I want to make sure that we're clear on is that you, Jorge, will get 800 session credits, right? Are we clear on that?
Yes.
In addition to getting 800 session credits, you also get 2.5 hours of facilitation, 2.5 hours of notes, 2.5 hours of video indexing, 2.5 hours of timekeeping. Do you see what I'm saying?
And those session credits are the ones that help you when in decision making, right? When you were working with different teams.
Yeah, exactly. But my point is and it also is actual credits. I mean, this is these will be value, and the credits can be transferred into equity. It can be transferred into, you know, tokens and potentially even, you know, US dollars or Bitcoins eventually, right? So it's real value. I mean, credits are actual value, right? You know, so you could add value here if you wanted to. But the point is that in the spreadsheet, like when James is inputting all this information into the spreadsheet, right? We want to start by inputting the total session credits, right? This is the most important number, right?
Okay.
But you can also input every single one of these line items as its own independent value. You guys following me here?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You guys got it. Nice. All right. All right, we got it. Okay, cool. That's good. All right, so Nelly.
Yes.
If I had the spreadsheet, I could show you the spreadsheet, but you know, so when you input the spreadsheet, you could input all of these in the spreadsheet. Every single line could go into the spreadsheet as its own line, but it's fine just to really quickly just do the total and skip the rest of it, right? Because the total is the important part.
Yes.
Even though the total is separate from all of the individual components, each individual component still exists independently from the total. Like 800 session credits is not exactly equal to 2.5 hours of facilitation value.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? They're different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. All right, Nelly. So Nelly, I think, has the same as far as the attendance. Yep. And hours is the same. So all of this is the same. That's Jorge. Does anyone want to practice this instead of me doing it again for the third time? Does anyone want to practice it?
All right. Yes.
All right, Jorge, go for it.
All right. So Nelly was on time. She's been here for more than 2 hours. She didn't do any facilitation. Right.
Wait! Don't take it off yours. You leave yours there.
Wait, yes, it was me. I'm okay. Notes.
No.
But
No
you help
taken.
me with timekeeping. Yes, you help me with timekeeping.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yes. Timekeeping. So that'll be more than 2 hours, correct? 2.5.
Yeah.
And what else? Master document update. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
So master the same.
So for that one, we probably do the same. Yeah, exactly.
And exit value tracking as well. And I think it was longer, or is it the same?
I did a little bit more, but it's okay.
The only
So-
exit value tracking this was for was specifically like the little part that Jorge just did. You just worked on the master ledger for like 5 minutes.
The documents, yeah.
Yeah.
The document.
Yeah.
So Nelly,
So maybe the same.
well, Nelly didn't work on the master ledger during the meeting.
So
No,
exit
during
value
the meeting,
tracking.
no.
So this was just because you worked on it during the meeting for a little bit, Jorge. That's the only reason it's there.
All right.
So-
It's unfair because it took me like less than 5 minutes.
Well, then maybe it should just be a point, right? We could just say this would be 1 point,
Yes.
right? But
Yeah, sure.
we already gave you the task, so you could technically just literally take it out entirely, right? Because we already have you
Yes, sure.
as a point for the task. See?
Correct.
So Nelly, let's just go back. I would just go through this and just do exactly what it says. So we had Nelly
think
for
that's
session
the
meeting
only
value
thing.
tracking. Yes, Nelly?
I think that's the only thing.
Okay, so then any other work? No. And
No.
tasks? No. Cool. So yeah, that's it for Nelly.
Okay, so now this total will be. I should get. But were you working before? On something else? No.
But that
On
would be,
Asana, no.
but
I
that would
was
be
working on
separate.
the master ledger.
But she was working on the master ledger before the meeting, which would be totally separate. It would be a buddy team. It would be separate from the
Yes.
session. So it wouldn't be part of the session value tracking. It would be part
Yeah.
of her own. It would be part of buddy tracking and also part of her own work reporting.
All right. So it would be 2 points, correct?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 2, 5, 6 hours.
Yeah.
Right? 6 hours. And now this is the part of the calculation that you have to help me, Jay.
All right, I'll do the calculation. So 6 times 60 is 360 plus 10 is 370 session credits.
So what is the calculation? 6 times 60? So 6 hours times 60 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. And why plus 10?
There's 2 points. So 1 point is equal to 5 credits. So it's basically it's just 10. Yeah. 2 times 5 is 10. So we got 370 total.
So how do we get
Alright,
the total of
each
the
point-
credits? Can you please repeat that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get it. Just correct me if I'm wrong, Jay.
So 1 hour
Every single
is equal
point
to
is worth
60 credits.
5 credits.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 point is equal to 5 credits.
Exactly. So you multiply 2 points times 5, so that will be 10. And 6 hours on
Okay,
your
I see it.
so 6 hours times 60 is 360 plus 10, so it would be 317
Okay,
sessions.
60 session, no, 1 hour, 1.5. Okay, so I have 2 points, that's 5, so 10 for 6 for 60, 6 for by 60 by 10, sorry, by 10, so that would be Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Cool. So again, the session credits are in addition to all of the other value that's being tracked, right? And then the only thing that's missing here is there's also money, right? Like dollars can also equal credits as well. Let's not worry about it. But if someone, for example, at a meeting, if we ask for donations, or we ask for people to invest in whatever project we're working on, if people actually gave money or other types of contributions during the meeting, during the session, we would track that, and that would be part of the tracking as well. And you would see that in the spreadsheet. I wish I had the spreadsheet. We got to get the global team better at tracking. Like, they create documents and then they don't know where to actually link them. Like, I always tell them, link them to the global team, but then they don't. And it's like, okay, well, where'd it go? We have this one though. This is the spreadsheet for team number averages. And it doesn't look like it got started though. They just created it. All right. So James, are you still here?
Yep, I'm still here.
Are you on the dock?
Yeah, I'm on the dock.
Do you want to try to do the next one?
Let me. Okay, you can just start without me, then I'll follow you.
Well, we can wait for you. I mean, if we this would be one of your main tasks, so we would want to make sure you know how to do it, because this is part of what we want the global team to be working on. So, and then we're going to go to the master ledger. So, I don't even think we really need to finish this. It's just like,
I'm a little lost, but
Oh, Isaac, you're back. Hey, Isaac.
Jorge, are you
So-
video indexing this as a part of the training where they teach us how to do session credits? I think we should video indexing this.
I wasn't, because, well, if you want me to, I can check it and index it. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, we started
you.
this at right after the checkouts, which was at 4. So it'll be 4:15. So minus 10,
Yeah.
so it should be 2 hours and 10 minutes, I think,
Yeah.
or around that,
Yeah.
All right. So what I think the best thing to do here is maybe we could split up into buddy teams. Like Isaac and Jorge could work on the master ledger, and then me, Nelly, and James could stay here and finish this up to make sure that James understands it.
Sure.
And then we can catch
Yeah, sure.
Isaac up later as needed.
Yeah. I mean, for the way you have filled out the, have you,
Okay.
the way you can do this, it doesn't seem difficult. I will probably need a little help with the things on top of the totals. Like, how do you sketch it? But everything seems pretty clear. I just need like probably 2-3 minutes of feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, cool, for sure. And you basically
Okay,
you just track all the different contributions during the meeting, like the attendance, the time, the roles, the work, the tasks. And then you some things are just worth points. For example, it's like the notes. So the notes, Isaac, you agreed to do the notes. Did you really do much work on the notes though? I'm not really sure if you did much. Did you do anything?
No.
Yeah, so we give you a point, right? So we give anybody who like says they're gonna do something but they don't do it, we give them a point. Right? So because it's still contributing that they volunteered to help, even if though they didn't actually do anything, it's still good. So we always want to encourage people to at least try. So you get a point for that, and so that's why we give all the points, and then there's the time for the people who actually did the work.
Oh wait, so that's all you talked about? Because I already understood everything.
Yeah, that's it.
I got it.
And then the only part that you missed here is 1 hour is equal to 60 credits. 1
I
point,
saw that already too.
is equal to 5 credits. And this could change in the future. We could change, but for now, it's pretty good. It works out pretty well.
I saw everything.
Yeah. Cool.
I didn't miss much then.
So yeah, so maybe Jorge and Isaac, you guys could start working more on the master ledger, and then me and Nelly and James will join you in like a little bit.
Shall we move to the secondary hangout?
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right.
Get you there.
Okay, moving there. Bye bye.
Ciao. So James, do you are you understanding
Yeah.
this pretty good or what?
I'm pretty good, actually. I understood the concept.
Are you working on this, or is Nelly working on it? Who's doing it?
I'm doing it. I just won. Anna Clara, I think she did also. What else did Anna did? Asana Korean. I don't know. What else did Anna did? I think that was it.
Yeah, if we look
So
here,
I'm going to-
if we look here at work though, we have Ana Clara
Yeah.
doing a half an hour of Asana work. So I would actually
Yeah.
put here under Ana Clara a half an hour like that.
Yeah. So half an hour. So I'm going to give her the total is 2 points. 2 points plus 3 hours. 3 hours. That's going to be
I think it's
equal
just two.
to-
I think it's just 2.5 hours.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2.5. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, 2.5 hours. So that's going to be 2 points. Going to be 10 plus. We had it right here, right? Noted. Oh, it's not. Yeah. 1 hour is 60. 1 hour is 60. So it's 60. Okay. Okay. If 1 hour is 60, 30. Okay. Okay, that's 160. 160 session credits. Okay, so that's Ana Clara's. Okay, then we are working. Okay, James is working in his. Then we need to work on Jay's. Okay. Jay's. Give me just 1 second. Jay's. Jay's. Jay's total. How you put that?
All right, so I'm gonna help with my own, and then I think we're pretty good here. So a couple other tasks and next steps for James though. So next steps and tasks is, so we want to create a spreadsheet for verifying session notes, right? And then we want to copy and paste, or just add
Okay.
track and add people's session credits.
Hello, Jay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll contact Ulysses tomorrow. I think he should be having a prototype for the session spreadsheet.
Yeah. I mean, he already has this one set up. We already did that. This is going to be a different one. We're going to create a spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet will have some different columns. So it'll be like, you know, links to
Facilitation.
notes,
J, no,
link,
J,
you know,
session,
and then, you know,
session, meeting value tracking. Oh, something that was missing for me.
Uh-huh.
It was something that was missing for me. It was the session meeting value tracking. I don't know.
Yeah, we're doing that now. So you can add a half hour.
If that helps something, or it's going to, if that's 1 point or something.
Yeah, I also added 3 hours here because we're here longer. But yeah, this would be a full half an hour because this is work that you're doing. So we're actively working to do the meeting value tracking.
So that's 0.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Jorge did some of that as well. So Jorge maybe did, he did like you know, 0.25 or whatever, 0.5. It doesn't really matter, you know, but whatever. Just like you can add that in there too.
Yeah. 0.5. 0.5.
So
I repeat.
Yeah. So generally speaking, you know, it doesn't need to be exact, you know. It's good to get it as close to exact as possible, but you know, this isn't like real money. Like real money is just like you put in 2 hours to come to the meeting, you get your 2 hours for your actual time. So that this doesn't change the amount of actual time. I actually had to go through that with Abdul. He's just like, oh, I went to a 2 hour meeting. Does that mean I get 4 hours? And he put 4 hours on his work reporting, right? And it's like, no. You don't get to double your hours for your work reporting just because you help with timekeeping, you know?
So you work in a document?
Say again?
You work in a document, Jay? In the master document?
Master document updating. No, I didn't do that.
You didn't do that?
I helped out a little bit with it. You give me like a point. Because I did.
Okay,
I did some of the updating as far as the yeah, I did a little of the updating because I copied tasks and pasted them into the priority tasks and things like that. So you can give me a point.
Okay, that's like 1 point. Total.
But you can see how this is going to be extremely useful in the future.
Yes.
Because what'll happen is, like, you know how people go to meetings and they hate the meetings and no one wants to volunteer for anything and no one does anything, right? Our meetings are going to be totally different. People are going to be begging to take on tasks and be very excited about like helping out because they're going to be issued credit and value. And this value and credits can actually go into not only how you are, you know, seen within the network, it also can be transferred into equity and eventually actual value and money. So it's pretty exciting. Is it really possible that Jorge got more points than I did? Is that possible? No?
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
Nobody worked more than you.
But look, Jorge had 13 hours and I only have 8.5 hours.
There you go.
Let's see. 8.5 times 60 is 510.
I don't know if
I get
Jorge's
525.
okay. No. Oh, it's that he did video indexing and timekeeping and session value tracking. He did a lot.
He did a lot. Yeah, it's 525 for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got 525. Jorge got 800.
It's not 900 for what did I did wrong?
8.5 times 60. So 8.5 times 60 is 510.
Okay, hold on. 8.5. Hold on. 8.5. Calculator. 8.5 by 60 is 510. Yes. Plus 15.
Yep, that's right.
Oh yeah, 525. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
All good. That's why we
Wasn't
double.
an honest mistake.
That's why we double and triple and check everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jorge got more points, but Jorge did a lot. I mean, he helped with the facilitation. He helped with the notes and the video indexing and the timekeeping and the session value tracking and the freaking, you know, everything. I mean, he was just like all over it. So he was amazing. He did a really good job today. Yes. And so he deserves it, where I just help with the facilitation. Oh my God. One of the things that you'll notice as you get more involved in facilitation, that it's very difficult to facilitate and track time and do notes all at the same time. It's like ridiculous. So, you know, you could question whether or not he actually did all three of those things simultaneously, but.
Oh, you know, Jay?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking about the other day in the global meeting that you mentioned that we should start thinking about some ideas of work that we could be doing. And you mentioned, well, we all mentioned that we could, you know, do some language work because we have so many languages. Also, some work that we could be doing is virtual assistants. It's like a hip thing, and you know, you're very good.
So when
I
you
don't know,
say
it's
when you
just an
say this,
idea.
are you talking in reference to for income, to bring in money?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, those are good ideas. You can just note them down at next steps, other next steps and tasks here. So this was, you know, income ideas. You had virtual assistants, and what was the other one? It was a translation.
Yeah, that one was already in the document.
Yeah.
You gave the idea.
Yeah. Cool.
Actually,
Or so I think someone else.
the whole idea was translation,
yeah.
because we have so many languages working together.
Totally. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I would say that generally speaking, it's definitely a good idea. We should see how we evolve with that. But I think my focus and our focus, especially me and you, working with the communications and investor relations, is that we really want to get people to directly invest in us, because when we do that, it will like virtual assistants and translation, all that will just basically bring us more clients, which gives us more work, and then we get busier with more stuff. Whereas if we get investors, we can focus on the work we're already doing and get more focused as opposed to less focused.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I think we want to do both. You know, it's like we can definitely consider this and then do investments, investor relations as well, right? Investor relations. So yeah, cool. And as you see, like as you learn more about the structure, anytime we do like a new project or a new company or a new anything, it would be spun off like basically its own sponsored project, and it would function and exist independently from the network itself. Very similar to Exit. Like the Exit program itself is technically a branch of the FQN Community Network. The FQN Community Network itself is not the Exit contract, and I can explain that more in the future. But
okay.
Yeah. Cool. Any last questions? Why don't you guys go and help out? You could help out with the master ledger some for like a couple more minutes, and then I need to get to this finance meeting. So.
Yeah. Oh, you have to go to the.
If the finance meeting doesn't happen, I'll join you guys in the master ledger meeting.
Who is here? Just James and I. Okay, so let me think. Or maybe we can take a break and be back in half an hour, perhaps.
I am not going to be available for the rest of the day, except for I might do some work with the global meeting, but that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, James. How's it going? Do you have any questions about the value tracking and stuff?
No question. I've understood a lot of things, and maybe I'll go through the video tomorrow so that to make sure that I've understood everything.
Nice.
I'm trying to create the spreadsheet for the verifying of documents for the session notes. So I will link it and update it maybe tomorrow, because right now I'm feeling like my eyes are popping out.
Okay, well, thank you so much, James. You are awesome, and we will talk to you tomorrow, and have a good night.
You need to leave, James. Okay. See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow for the Atlantic session.
Yes. So I guess I'm going to work a little bit more in the master ledger as much as I can. I'll do it alone.
Well, you don't have to do it alone. You can go connect with Jorge and Isaac are also working on it.
I don't know if they are here or they will be here.
They're in the secondary. They're in the secondary.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot. I will be working with them.
Cool. And just
Okay.
let them know that I am. I got to go do my own thing. But if the meeting gets canceled for the finance meeting, that I will join them and check in. Okay.
Okay. So I think it's easier for me to go to the secondary hangout that bring them here. So I will be going there. Okay.
Great.
Thank you so much.
And I'll stay here in case you guys have a question or whatever. But I'm going to be going into my finance meeting if that happens. All right. Thank you. Good work. Ciao.
Thank you.
All
Ciao.
Right. Bye.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by the pound or hash sign. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. You are in the Zoom meeting now. There are 3 participants in the meeting. This meeting is now being recorded.
You can say, like, this is we have a budget meeting, so. Budget meeting, yes, perfect. Necessary. Yeah, that's not the plan.
Yeah, all I can tell you, boss, is this is not something you want to get involved in.
Old school finance, yeah.
We want to encourage everybody to get involved in finances.
Okay, so this is Jay. I'll do that. Yep. Okay, so I guess on Wednesday then, right? On Wednesday. Okay. See you next week. Bye-bye. Yeah. See you later.
One quick question. Do you are you available to attend our meetup later today?
So actually, this whole meeting was actually because the meetup was a little bit late for a Friday and then all that. But I think if there's something during the week at that time, I was mentioning that it would be much easier. Actually, there's a bit short notice.
Yeah. So in that case, do join the meetup group because that's where you get
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, you get an RSVP every time you come.
That's right. I don't even need permission. It's a public meetup.
Right.
Yeah. Is the meetup the EXA meetup? Is what's it called?
Yeah. Right now, I call it pretty generally. Like before this, had this idea of genetically modified economy, right? Name this meetup after that.
Okay. Also, it's, if I search for genetically modified economy, I'll find it.
Here, I'll just give you the link here. It's pretty easy.
Okay.
Just economy OS.
Economy OS. Great. Thank you. I'll join.
Cool. Thank you.
Have a good meeting, guys. Have a good weekend. Yeah, you too.
You too.
Ciao.
Bye.
All right, Jay.
Hey, here, hold on 1 segundo.
This service. Access code accepted. You are the To start conference recording, press 1. To return to the conference, press star. The recording has started.
All right. Very exciting stuff.
Actually, just so you know, Jorge is pushing for doing the Slightly and Alex being part of Agoric. We'll need to talk to
They're both to execute. First things first. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's go.
Jorge gone?
Jorge's full. but I really like him. He's good sense of humor. He's so good.
Oh, okay.
So I made a doc. I'll share it with you guys here. But basically, how are you guys doing? What do you guys want to focus on? There's so many things, so we just try to organize for a little bit. And we also want to make sure we move forward with the accounting. So there's accounting. There is, we might even do some vocabulary, like some accounting, finance vocabulary. Like when I say accounting, I specifically mean the current, present, like how much money we have in all the accounts, right? Whereas finances is the past, budgeting is the future. So accounting, present, finances, past, budgeting, future. So in the context of what we want to do, like there's a lot of finance stuff to deal with, there's a lot of accounting stuff, and there's also like transferring all these accounts to for treasurer, right?
Do you have like a working list somewhere? You always do.
Yeah, I mean it's just a lot. I think we should just focus on one thing at a time. So.
Okay, sure. Well, you call me. Then what do you think is the best way to start?
Well, I think the best thing to do is maybe just kind of get a handle on like where we are, you know, as far as like there are a lot of different moving points. So. And then maybe make a plan, like our schedule and how we're going to get it all done and accomplished, right?
Okay. And one more thing I need to tell you.
Yeah.
Today was a very good day, and we have our first pre-sale money.
Oh.
Close today. As a soft promise, kind of. So.
Who is it from?
Crypto company.
Oh.
Does that mean we're going to get Bitcoin? Are we going to get Bitcoin or Ether?
I don't know yet about that, but and this is it's a verbal commit. We need to talk about the terms and things, but basically I'm expecting the sums, but I'm expecting at least 100,000 USD.
And is it an organization or is it a person?
Yeah, it's an organization. It's an organization, so this will be the first part of the pre-sale, where we can take also organization and institutions.
All right, so we still do need to make a decision at some point on like the cyber trust or whatever we're going to put the money into so that it's clear. But I think either way, if it's a go, we already have the framework set up and we can always transfer it afterwards if we change our minds.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're ready to take the money no matter what, but it would be good to have that all organized and the decisions made.
So Jay, I'm not able to separate out the ether, so I'm going to go ahead and just send all the ether to you, the address that you gave me.
Okay, do we need to do like a test? Because I've never like used the My Ether wallet before, and I don't really. It's kind of confusing. It's definitely not like blockchain.info.
I mean, if you set it up correct, can you show me your screen? Let me just look at it real quick.
Did you say you want me to show you? You want me to show you my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me a few minutes. So this would be part of our treasurer transition, as opposed to finance or accounting. All right, so here is the Ether Partnership Wallet, and then this should be the private key. myetherwallet.com, go to page. And then I want to go to view wallet info. Use my private key, paste my private key, unlock wallet. All right, so I think that we are in business here. Let me go ahead and share my screen now. I gotta go to
What is that? Oh, beat off.
Beat off.
What is beat off?
Beat hard.
Oh, beat tough. Beat tough.
Hey, Vienna, by the way,
Sorry.
you know the CSTEC, right?
That's the Studying Institute.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
Like, can you be more specific?
Like your feeling, how does it, where does it situate in your scale of interesting and important cool things versus bad and boring and
Well, at
Points in my life, it was the most ever. And then after Peter Thiel withdraw, they have a pretty hard time finding like the amount of funding that they require to pull that off. And in fact, Sean Ironstock's endeavor, like Oceanus, is kind of like a spin-off of that. Right now, they're getting quite a lot of like headway in Tahiti. In fact, Allison, who coordinated yesterday Foresight Institute event, she's in Tahiti today. Tahiti today to help out the Seafood Institute.
Okay.
I would say that it's something that, in my mind, will eventually happen, but it will be probably a matter of many years. Yeah. So I'm still very interested in it. That's why Zarfi and myself go to Ephemeral and stuff like that.
Okay. Do you know Patrick Friedman? Who was elected?
But I know that he was one of the co-founders.
Yeah. And he's the grandson of Milton Friedman.
Yeah, I know that too.
Okay. Yeah. So this is one of the possible pre-investors also.
Really? Like wait, Patry or
Patry and then Peter Thiel.
Really? Okay. Well.
So this is something what like Rafe is. I'm not working with the Rafe, but basically what I understood, Jane, this is important to you too. What I understood today was that we need to create our dream team. Like this is going to happen now. We are going to get the pre-ICO funding. We'll most likely, it's the best decision is to postpone the ICO until, let's say, early September or something like this, August or September. We will get the pre-ICO now. Today, I'm now very confident about that. So now the question is, what is from our perspective, what would be the dream team to go to the ICO? With whom do we want to go? Are they it's like a little more libertarian, like Patrick Friedman and Peter Thiel dudes, or who would be with whom do we want to go? And because this is not, it's also very, very good invitation, because the deal will be very good. They will most likely make some money in joining us too. So it's going to be a favorable deal in that sense. So we should make like this dream team.
So in that case, I would say actually I would even take up Brave offer of introducing Elon Musk. I would think that having Elon Musk is even more important than getting Peter Thiel, because they both have a little bit of a baggage behind them.
Yes, sure.
So that's my opinion. But we should be ready for Elon. Like I want us to get to that level.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, yeah, I
who
agree.
Else? Jay, who would you want to be in the dream team?
Your
dream team.
I'm just like, I just love all the people who are already working. I mean, I'd love to get more of the FQN
Bob
community.
Meister and some of these little bit more You hear me?
I can hear
Okay,
you.
sorry.
I just am sharing my screen, so it's not letting me actually. Oh, here we go. No.
Yeah.
There we go. I was sharing my screen, so I didn't know how to unmute.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Can you show that again? I was looking at the Coinbase page.
Oh yeah, no problem. But yeah, just to finish up with Excelis, yeah, I definitely agree that we should, that all that sounds good. I like the idea of postponing, and I think that for me, the dream team is getting more people involved from the African Community Network and the networks that we know, especially like Occupy and Bernie and just other big movement, like big actors and some of the big movements that could help on some of that frame. So I'm excited to go in the direction of, like, for example, Greenpeace and other stuff. So that is big on my list for sure.
So actually, along those lines, I also wanted to about Southeast Asia. So,
say again. I didn't hear. Say again.
I say that I wanted to reach out to my networks back in Southeast Asia, and some of those involve like if you're interested, like I as part of the international network of engaged Buddhists, a lot of thinkers behind Buddhist economy. The idea is, the Bhutan's model of like the gross national happiness, and there's a lot of thinking behind that. Like I don't know if you're open to that, but there's that, and then there's also networks of more like grassroots movements and sustainable communities. And can be political groups too, but we don't have to go there.
But let's say there's a handful of people. We will take, let's say, from 500,000 to 1 million. We will take it now in. It's a good deal. So they need to be like. But they need to be also like precisely who, and then we go after them. Then we make them an offer. Because there's nobody in the world that we can't reach. We are like entering to a level where we can reach anybody in the world. We are so interesting, I think.
Well, I mean, if the question is like, who do we want to ask for big money? That would be a slightly different question than what because my dream team is not big money people. I mean, I think that the people who I really want to work with aren't the people who are the ones giving the money, but as far as like the dream investors, to get the best possible investors, that for me would be a different question.
Sure. Okay. So, so maybe those are like, I would say that we take it in the Gemini or the Econaut, we can take also smaller money in easily. And we give them a good deal, like 2x. For the smaller money to get our dream team, really the people and the networks that we want to get them in. But then these institutional investors, like in the pre-sale phase, I think they will get like 1.5 or 1.3. Seems to be the normal pre-sale. And then even there, like what are the dream? Then they are like the dream investors or dream institutional investors. Who do we want in? But and also we kind of need these figures that we are these like thought leaders, these signalers with whom we go to the ICO, who can bring in networks or attention or leadership of visions.
I mean, if like we really, really want to focus big, right, and go big, there's just nothing that compares. Like, I know we love the whole cyber market and the tech market and like getting all these big, entrepreneurial techie guys, right, and cyber people, right? But if we want to hit mainstream America and like the world, if we can get a movie star on board, it's a whole nother level.
Who would be your favorite movie star?
I mean, people who are involved in sustainability and like all the social rights and justice stuff. Like, I don't know whether you're talking Lady Gaga, who we do have some connections to Lady Gaga already.
Really?
Yeah, and then so that there's music stars, but then there's also people like who is the guy in Titanic? What's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's huge in the environmental and social movements. Anyways, there's definitely movie stars that would be interested, and that could put that, you know, instead of just being big in the tech community, that could instantly connect us to millions of people because they put their name and their face on it.
Yeah, it's true too.
And give credibility, but it's a very different direction to go, you know. Very, very different direction. But if we're talking about Dream Team, why not put a movie star on our freaking Dream Team, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, it just depends on how big you want to go and how mainstream you want it. Maybe that's for the next ICO. Maybe the first ICO ITL is more internal techie. And then when we won't be ready yet. And then the next one will be the public one to get the bigger public involved.
Yeah.
And then we can get our movie star. But yeah, I think we have a really good list of techies already in the Silicon Valley. Maybe we need to get some techies, some random people that we don't even know about who are big names in like India or big names in Hong Kong.
Yeah, but that's something I'm putting it to Aksana as my task to make this Dream Team.
Yeah, I'll probably have more thoughts after getting to think a little bit.
So Vienna, how about the wallet? What's up? Are we done with this? Where are we at?
Yeah. I already sent it to you. At
So
least
if I
on my end,
refresh?
it's showing pending. So let me see. Yeah.
Oh boy, what happened? All right, private key.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the transaction information. I sent, just so you know, quite a big amount there. It's about 1,007. Yeah, there we go. It's there. Look, 1792 Ether.
Ooh.
That was fast.
Yeah.
It was almost instantaneous, really.
Well, I sent it like a minute or two ago.
Very cool. All right, good. So this would be, is this a mixed account, right? This is a mixed account with both VZ and Econaut Partnership all together?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. Cool. And I think what we're going to do, I think the best way to move forward with this is that we just use, obviously I'll split this up into a separate account that will be for the Econaut Partnership for payroll for the next month, but then to pay everybody in Ether next month.
Yeah.
Cool. I think that's the plan. And that we'll use this money right here to do the payments.
Yeah.
Hey, Vienna, one thing. So I have some Ether too, but I had the Ether wallet on my computer, and with the new computer I had this, what was it called, the wallet where you have to download the entire chain to your computer. Yeah, anyway.
The official wallet.
Yeah, that's it. So should I do that now on the new computer too, or can I do this easier wallet?
Yeah. Yeah, it's up to you. I would recommend, depends on how much amount you have.
It's not much. It's like something like 5,000 USD.
Yeah, it's up to you.
3,000.
I would say that the last time I tried to do that, I have like, I don't know, I think like at least 50 gigabyte or something of my computer taken up by blockchain.
That's great.
I cannot do that. If you have space, then by all means, you know?
I'm just checking. Well, in fact, I have some. No. I would rather do it. Can I do it?
If you're going to do it, you might as well try to mine some test Ether, because we will need it to test the contract after this. I mean, yeah, like there's testnet, right? On testnet, you can easily mine test Ether, but not real Ether. But if you're doing it, I just thought that you might as well turn on the mining. Okay. So anyway, Jay. What I was gonna do. Another thing. Another part of Dream Team I think will be important is Burning Man is expanding. They're expanding to have their own like culture and philanthropy or non-profit arm. So, and they're also expanding around the world too. So I met that guy during the UN meetup, and the United Nations would be a great partner. But in order to get there, it needs to be almost like enterprise level. So yeah, the United Nations actually would probably even beat any, in my mind, beat like Peter Thiel or like movie stars.
I don't know.
The United Nations is gonna basically need to fall in line as far as I'm concerned. So they're gonna have to be involved no matter what. So the earlier they get involved, the better for them.
Well, this is a strategy, actually. I would think that for us, actually, we want to be towards local governments and United Nations. We want to care about nation state. Anyway.
So anyways, I have another meeting at 5.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
So just to finish up with the treasurer stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a chunk of Bitcoin. I have a chunk of Ether now that it's accessible. So the last part is, besides the rest of the Ether and the rest of the Bitcoin, is the US dollars.
Yeah.
Do you want to maybe, like, one option would be simply to transfer some of the US dollars back to the VZ Enterprise account and then into Innovate United or whatever. That would be one option. I don't know. What do you want to do with the US dollars, Vienna? Or do you want to just keep them where they are, or what's the plan for that?
I just initiated a transfer 2 days ago. So right now it should arrive at Wells Fargo account. So I'm flexible. Like wherever you think is best, I'll just transfer it there.
Do we know how much money is in that account?
It's about 90K actually.
90K. Okay.
But again, it's kind of mixed. Sorry.
Not to be unexpected. You know, if it wasn't mixed, I'd be like, oh my God, it's not mixed. Are you kidding me? Like,
but we know.
You're trying to make things easy on me, Vienna?
But we know of the Ether, we know how many of those Ethers are ours, don't we? Because we haven't used any Ether, so we know exactly the
Yeah. So I would say that
how many Ether did we buy then?
I would say that 90% of the Ether that I just transferred to Jay is the partnerships.
Can you check the exact number, Vienna?
The exact number is gonna have to be double and triple checked.
Look at your wallet. There's a really good breakdown there that has US dollar denomination. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Look, it's equivalent to 150,000. Sorry.
The Ether amount.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, at today's rate, right?
So anyways, the Ether and the Bitcoin, all that stuff, like Vienna, so the US dollars, of the 90,000, I think it would be helpful to at least get like the $20,000 accessible to a shared account so that we can get some. I think the easiest thing to do for the Eggs Incorporated is actually using the US dollars, because Excelli just wants some US dollars quickly into the Exa Inc. Wells Fargo account.
Okay.
So if we could transfer at least like 20,000 back to VZ Enterprise or Innovate United, then I can just put that quickly into.
Actually, Excelli, if you give me the Wells Fargo for Exa Incorporated, I'll just send it like right away.
Okay, that would be 12,000 worth.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can just pop it. Actually, I can send that to you, Vienna. I have all that information.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So it's a task. Send Vienna the Wells Fargo EBSA Inc. account numbers.
Hey, while we are talking this Vienna, before I forget, so Phil Thompson is coming for.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So what shall we offer them? Is it sushi night tonight?
Oh shit! I think of it. I can't find Kaisla the whole day today. Where is she?
She went to this. She took the car and went to this horse shop.
Okay.
She's coming back in the evening, but I mean,
Can she, make it back in time, like for help decision.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I can do this sushi thing too.
Okay. All right.
Okay, cool. So let's just finish up with the treasurer stuff. So the only thing outstanding on the treasurer stuff is all of the Electrum accounts. What do we want to do? What's the tasks and the next steps for getting me and having, like, the goal is to have a 2 out of 3 multi-sig wallets for the Electrum accounts, right? And I did send you my public, I had some sort of public access thing that I sent you, Vienna.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I can go on my Electrum now. So Sally, I will need your public key too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this isn't necessarily something we have to do right this second, but the question is what needs to be done to make sure that it can happen? What do we have to do? Like, is it all ready to go or what?
Spending 10 minutes on this. And also, Sally, what I'll need you to do now that your other wallet still cannot be open, use your backup. You know how you wrote down your keys and everything? Yeah, we'll have.
What's going on, Exceli? You can't open your wallet?
Yeah, something. I don't know. We don't know what's going on with it.
Oh no, that's not good at all.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll get it all organized, and you know, I mean, again, the other options here is like we have this whole idea that we could make wallets that are just with me and Exceli, just with me and Vienna, you know, just with Vienna and Exceli, and so we could share them. Like we'd have some wallets that are all 3 of us, some that are 2 of 2, and then others that are individuals. So we could, you know, go with that same route, keep the existing ones as are, and just create one new Electrum wallet that's with the 3 of us, and then we could also make one that's with me and you, Vienna. And I could make one with Exceli and me. Does that sound like a better idea, or what do you think? It's more flexible.
I'm happy with any.
Okay, so
whatever that meets Jay's professional standard, that's good.
Well, I mean, the idea would just be that we're all in all the accounts, but it doesn't seem like that makes sense in terms of the security with the current systems, that it's better to have more wallets that have different variations of accessibility, and that creates the maximum amount of security. Doesn't that seem like the right idea from what I've heard from you, Vienna?
Yeah, generally having more signatory parties will make it more secure. So unless
maybe for the multi-sig ones, we just want to have. I mean, can we just add for the current 2 to 3, the 2 of 2 multi-sigs? Can we just change those to 2 of 3 and add me, or is it more complicated that we really need to make new ones?
Yeah, we need to make new ones.
Okay, so we just need to make new wallets for that. So I think maybe we just need to make the new 2 out of 3 multi-sig wallets, and then get rid of the old ones, and then we can clean up shop. Because if the old ones are having problems, then we just make the new ones, and we're good to go.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we need to do that now, though. Maybe we can just know that that's the plan, and then we can move forward with that in the near future.
Okay, well, I'm already doing it right now.
Okay, cool.
What do you want from me? So I have
I need your public key, your master public key.
And do you have my master public key, Vienna?
Yeah, I'm gonna look back for you.
I can resend it to you as well.
Where do I find it?
Are you in your Electrum wallet already?
I'm just looking at. I have at least 2 different. Maybe could it be But I have two different. So we have the Electrum multi-signature wallet. I have the seed there, password there, and then I have Electrum wallet. So I'm there now. Default wallet. Public keys. What you want?
Yes.
And this is the default wallet.
Okay. Well, maybe can you create another wallet? Ideally, we don't want to mix everything up because that might have the effect of getting your own finances entangled, like me.
Bad. We want to avoid that. Definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to deal with is a whole nother round of reconciliation with all of someone else's accounts besides Vienna's. Yes. And it's speaking of finances, since you're bringing it up, Vienna, we want to make sure that you understand one of your key responsibilities is to be constantly sending me as many and all of the accounts for like any downloads of the CVS and like the transaction downloads for the wallets or the statements for the bank statements and things like that. So
trust me, I'm bugging Coinbase all the time for that.
Yeah, well, but it's not just Coinbase. There's all of the other accounts, including the Wells Fargo accounts and the USSA accounts. I mean, all of it. We want to. The more I have the ability to reconcile, the better.
Yeah, like I think at this point, I remember that I've already sent you what I have for Itbit and Coinbase, and I think you're missing Wells Fargo maybe. But you're probably able to look at the VZ Enterprise ones, right?
Yeah, I can see what VZ Enterprise, no problem.
So I just need to get Zachary's one then.
Cool.
Is that right?
Yeah, Zachary's would be helpful, and but I mean, at the same time, there still could be ongoing stuff. So as it updates, just remember, eventually we're going to want updated versions, and just yeah. If I have questions, and then we're going to have to go through a lot of details. So both you and Exceli on the finance side, we're going to start with the biggest transactions and be like, what is this transaction? You guys will be getting like some emails. I think emails might be the easiest way. It's just like, what is this transaction on this date? And we'll also have the spreadsheets, and we'll label them in bright red or bright orange or bright yellow, right? Red is the worst ones. Like, we need to deal with these immediately. Like, what the hell is this money spent on? The orange ones would be like as soon as possible. And like the yellow ones were like, this is a problem, but it's not as urgent as like the red and orange. Okay, so over time, the goal is to get it all green or just white, so that it's we have it all clear what the money was spent on.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much finances. So I think we're pretty clear there. In Excel, I mean, obviously, Vienna, you have 90% of it. Excel, there are financial transactions that only we can get information from you on it. Okay. And so I'll certainly be following you up with that, but it's an ongoing process. And then we'll have like 2 or 3 people working on this, and you're going to be getting emails or messages that are just reminding you to do it, because you guys will probably, like, we don't want to send all of them to you all at once, but just like a little at a time. And then also, if you guys forget about it, we don't hear from you, we'll keep bugging you until we get it. So that's pretty good. And that could take months, if not like 6 months. I mean, who knows how long it's going to take. And it's ongoing. The other part, so we got the finances. I think we're pretty clear on the treasurer. How's that going? Did you get my public key, Vienna, or should I get that for you?
I tried looking at the history of the slide. I don't see it yet. Might be just because it's buried. I mean, the best search result I see is some older messages cannot be shown because of your team has over 10,000 messages. So
do they want so much money from us? It's so ridiculous, but we're already paying so much money for so many other things too.
Yeah.
So
Maybe if you just send it to me, I'll just insert it now. And Excel, can you do that too?
So what do you want from me?
Your XPub key.
So where do I find it?
Oh, okay. Wait. My interface is different than yours because I'm using Windows. So on mine, I just go to wallet and then I click on master public key. That's it.
That's it.
But I advise you not to use the default wallet.
It's like the Econaut multi-sig wallet.
No, I don't recommend that. Can you create a new one?
So what's the difference between the default wallet and then create a new one? Is it a new contract or is it a new, what is it? A new what?
Go to file.
File?
Yeah, new.
New?
Uh-huh.
Wallet
Yeah.
1?
Yeah, or name it as something like, you know, 2 of 3 or something. Something that, like I name it as JAV, just for our own initials. But yeah. Anything that helps you remember.
So what is this wallet for?
This is for the new the creation of this new 2 of 3 wallet that Jay, you, and I would share. Okay. Not share, like that will co-sign together. This is the co-wallet. This is where most of our money is going to be in.
Okay, I call it co-wallet. Is it the partnership?
Yeah,
sure,
for the partnership.
whatever helps you.
So what happened now? I just did new restore and then it just disappeared. Like is there something supposed to happen or what?
Go to file again, and
Uh-huh.
open. Recently open. Well, recently open will be easier for you. Okay, go back. Can you go back to recently open? Like.
Oh wait, maybe this is it. Wallet 2 of 3 does not exist. What kind of wallet do you want to create? A standard wallet, a wallet with 2-factor authentication?
Try doing a standard wallet.
Create a new seed, or I already have a seed?
Create a new seed. Okay, write this down. This is important.
Is this the thing I need to write down on paper?
Saying this.
What?
You should never show this screen to anyone. Just
hey,
so
you're the one who just said to do it.
I know. Okay, so what you can do is
I can create a new seed and it will redo the seed. Okay, so if I go pause my sharing, there we go. Create new seed. And
unless you want me to hack your wallet, Jay.
No. But I thought this wasn't my wallet. I thought this was the wallet for the whole.
No, that's true. There's no point of me like hacking this.
Yeah.
Also for me, it disappeared. Whole fucking electric.
Maybe you just need to wait. I don't know. It looks like Jay just waited a little bit and then it popped up. Or do you press open?
Yeah, it just pops up. Exactly.
Yeah, mine is pretty fast actually, but I'm using Windows, so I wouldn't know. Okay.
All right, I'm officially writing it down on a piece of paper. I still don't totally get it, but I think I kind of get it. As far as like how this wallet works, as far as all 3 of us having separate keys and seeds, but sharing the same wallet, it's very interesting.
Yeah. It's just basically each one of us will sign it with our own key in order to unlock it.
Yeah.
Nothing happening here.
Can I see your screen, Exali? What happens when you create a new one?
I only the old Econaut. Like anyway, I have to go to the economic logic now.
Okay.
So but
I only have 15 minutes myself, so I think we're with you, Excelli. There's just 2 more things we need you for. I also wanted to get. We don't need to do it now, but just so you know, we want to finish this process of getting the Electrum account set up. I also want to get a blockchain.info set up that we all share, and then from there, it's just a matter of like the finances and all that other stuff. So I think we're getting really close, you know. And then we have a plan for everything else. So when do you want to meet again, Excelli? Let's just schedule a time and then we'll be done.
Yeah, that's great. So
we could potentially be done with you, Excelli, and like, you know, maybe 2 more 1-hour meetings. Vienna probably will have to do like 1 or 2 additional ones, but you know.
Let's do Monday.
Monday?
Yeah. Monday at 3.
Does that sound good, Vienna?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Monday at 3. Can we do 4?
Yeah.
4? Okay. So this will be our next finance with Vienna and Excelli. Oh my goodness, Excelli, you're gonna be so excited about all this finance stuff that you're gonna be sad when you know, when me and Vienna can take over for you.
Right.
Well, I've been personally curious about how Excelli is handling the debit card.
The debit card? Oh my God, dude, you have no idea how scared I am about all the EXA incorporated finances. I'm like, where's all the money going?
I want to have the Bitcoin debit card also.
Oh, do you want me to set that up? I can do that. I already have a Bitcoin debit card for Innovate United. It's great. It works great. The Swift one, the Shift.
Yeah,
I love it.
one.
And there's like no fees
for the partnership.
You just order one for yourself.
We can't have one for the partnership with Shift, but we could probably get a different one. Yeah. So we'll have to look into what card we can attach to any wallet, but we can for EXA Inc. Although we'll just use US dollars for that. Okay. Anyways, well, I'll deal with that. I'll put it on the task list. Okay. So we're done with you, Excelli. Thank you. Until Monday at 4.
All right. Great. So hey, Vienna, we could maybe tonight, while in the meetup or something, look at this Electrum thing, because really there's nothing popping up.
Okay, so every time you create, there's nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, let's look at it later. Bye. Bye.
All right, ciao. So Vienna, it says my Electrum is generating my address. And it says, please wait.
Okay.
It still says, please wait.
Yeah, I feel like Electrum on Mac like works really slowly. Because for me, like I can show you, it like there's no delay at all.
Wow. Yeah, it's slow. It's kind of slow. It's just it does like just kind of happen though. You know, it's like part of me feels like the last time I made a wallet, it just didn't do anything, and then I quit and opened it again, and it was just there. You know, so there could actually be some bugs. Because I kind of feel like this is what happened before, is that it just sort of stalled here, and then I quit it and reopened it, and it was there. But so anyways, while we're waiting for that, we have the My Ether wallet. So for this one, I'm assuming that I can't create sub wallets, that I would just have to use like the main wallet. And so I just create a new wallet, and I can like transfer the money between them. Like I can transfer some of the money to yours and Zachary's wallet so that we can keep track of that, and then keep the rest in this wallet for the economic partnership, and then go from there. Does that sound good? Anyways,
when you say this wallet, you mean the Ether or the Bitcoin wallet?
The Ether wallet. So the Ether wallet, the goal is to create to have eventually 2 separate wallets. Like with the blockchain.info, I can just click a button and create a new wallet within the account, as many as I want to. But with the My Ether wallet, it looks like you just actually have to create a new, like, separate wallet. Yeah. So that'll be fine. But I want to try to start the process of separating the money that needs to be reconciled from the Ether that we think is, like, you know, I'll probably do like 75%. So like $100,000 would be for the economic partnership, and then the rest would be needing to be reconciled. Okay, so let me write down the task here. I'm gonna quit this and try it again here, but I don't want to forget the task. There was one other task that I had.
You have to give me the public key.
Oh, well, I'm doing that. But there's a task, the card. So we want to set up a debit card for a Econaut partnership wallet, a hot wallet. Do you have any recommendations on which card to do for that? Any of them are fine?
Yeah, actually, I kind of did a mini survey myself. There's so many choices. I don't know what to choose.
Yeah. Well, I'll figure it out. I like the Sift one. It was really good, but it's only for like Coinbase and other ones. So we'll just try another one, see how it goes.
Yeah,
So,
I was. I think I kind of, in my mind, I wanted to type out BitPay.
BitPay. BitPay. All right. I'll look into it. All right, cool. So I got it here. It worked. It just took a little time. So then I just go to
what happened now?
It's just right. Electrum. Oh wait, here, let me share my screen again. So I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, so what do you do? You just waited?
Yeah, I just waited. Eventually it came together. So
Oh.
So send, receive, contacts, console,
Go
tools,
to wallet.
Wallet, master public key.
Yeah, that one. Okay, great. Just send that to me, and now I just need Excel and I'm done.
Yeah, I mean,
you just need more patience.
Yes, there's patience, and there's also just like at some point it's kind of like doing it for him. Oh look, Eric already sent me his Ether wallet address. I love it.
That's sweet.
It's so good. So good. That's what we want people to do, is to just be like, yes, give me the money. I want the Ether.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I always use Cointelegraph's exchange rate as a reference, because they kind
Cointelegraph?
of, yeah.
I've been. You told me to use CoinDesk. You told me to use CoinDesk.
Yes. That's what I meant.
All right, yeah, I'm using CoinDesk. Yeah. So CoinDesk is what I'm referencing. Oh my God, do you want to see how beautifully and amazingly organized I am?
Okay.
All right. So you can start by thinking of your payroll that you did, right? And then I'll show you my payroll that I just did. Check this out, Diana. I'm very proud of it. It's very exciting. So this would be the blockchain.info VZ Paradise. So this account right here is the crazy account that includes all of your your and Zachary's money. But this wallet here is purely Econaut partnership money, and it has not messed up. I put 44 Bitcoins into it, enough to deal with, you know, all of the costs associated with the payroll. And I couldn't figure out how to get the transaction IDs. I'll just have to get that off the downloaded version. But here you have the date, the exact time, right? Well, what the description was. I did all the tests, and then it categorized. I categorized the test and the fee, so I can track exactly how much money and fees that we're spending, and the exact balance of the Bitcoin, the US dollar equivalent, how much Bitcoin was worth at the time of the transaction, and then the overall general balance. And it has all of the payrolls for every single person and the fees for everything all the way down. And so now there's 14 Bitcoins left.
Hey, Jay, yeah, that's amazing. So one quick tip though is that maybe for the upcoming month, I don't know if my Ether wallet charges fees or not, but I'm noting that, you know, we are spending maybe even close to $50 every round of like just paying fees. So I'm curious, like, okay, so this is one cool thing about Electrum or any offline, well, not offline, desktop wallet, is that they actually allow you to set the amount of fees that you want to. So for example, if you were to do payroll like a day earlier, you can even like just set 0 fees and it will arrive like, you know, a day later or maybe even just a couple of hours. But what I'm trying to say is that we could actually try to, you know, minimize our expenses by using a desktop wallet instead of blockchain.info. It's just
okay. Well, blockchain.info does allow you to set the fee amount, so you can actually reduce the fee amount if you want to. If you just have to push advanced, right? So we want to start experimenting with reducing fees and having slower transaction times. So basically, this would be like, so day 1, send the money, and then day 2, request verification, confirmation. Confirmation that they received it. So give a full 24 hours between when we send the money and when we ask people if they received it. Because I try to, oh, and this is the other part that I think you would love to see that I don't think I showed you yet. So this is the approval and payments by month. So you have here, this is the amount of work they did for the month, right? The person, this is how much money we're supposed to pay them, whether they were approved or not, and who paid them. And this is that yes, they did get approved. Who approved them, and did they get approved to get paid? Was the money sent, right? Yes, yes, yes. And then we subtract house costs, Bitcoin after the house costs, verified text costs. So sometimes I did a verification, right? And then how much it was after the verification, and then the Bitcoin value, and then I check the Bitcoin value to make it correct. And then I also do the confirmation to make sure that they confirm that they received it. And so this is actually a yes as well. So I can make it like yes. Boom. So then we know that they confirmed that they got the money and we're good to go. Yeah, so that's always good to have that final confirmation that they actually received the money and that everyone's happy.
Yeah.
And guess who has not received their money or gotten any money yet?
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint. It starts with V and ends with A.
Okay, I can actually get it to you right now.
Yeah, just send me your new address. I'll take care of it. So anyways, what's great about it is all organized. It'll be very, very easy to verify and double and triple check everything. And it will be easily reconcilable with all of your accounts as well. So when we get this model working, even without the fees, I mean, sometimes you can't really see how much the fees were after the fact. You only know the total amount, but that's fine. We'll get it all reconciled. It's going to take a few months, but we'll get there. So let's see if there's anything else. The only other thing I can really show you right now is with this, so here we have our meeting right now, and I'm taking a few little notes. We'll try to reduce some of the fees, but I'm not too worried about it because we have plenty of money. I also am working on the finance plan. It'll have like the things that you and Excelli are supposed to do, the things that just Excelli is supposed to do, the things that you're supposed to do, and their different responsibilities that people have in regards to their role, their finance roles, you know, like co-treasurer, right? What does it mean? And what it means and everything. So I'm gonna work on that and keep updating it. And then the goal is to, you know, even after everything's transferred to me, there will still be some roles and responsibilities that both you and Excelli play. Most of those will be backup roles, but yeah, we still want to make sure we're really clear on what people's roles are. So we'll do some next steps. So some next steps. Next steps is to finish the Electrum wallet. We want to do clarify roles and responsibilities, especially after the transition. Any other next steps you can think of? Ooh, I have a good one. The third-party payment processing plan, like that's a whole nother thing we need to deal with. And there's also the Econaut partnership company and the investor. Like I really just want to make all of the Econauts who gave us cash through VZ Enterprise to just make them investors in the, a sponsored company that can even be temporary, but basically, I just need their addresses and need them to know about it. So we need to connect and email them. So we need to go over that. So that's another next step. Okay. And then we also want to do the CTS. Like, I think that, Alpin had some concerns about CTS, but the easiest way to think about it is that me and you and Zachary, Tere, Exceli, are basically partnered together already. We already got permission from the Econaut partnership to be the third party, and we're transferring, and VZ Enterprise is part of it. So it's an ongoing existing contract and agreement between all of these entities. And so when Alpin talks about looking at other possible bids, okay, it's really more like that would be more of an example of like Greenstone. Like, we already gave Greenstone the contract, and then we would go out and look for separate bids. So the proposal is not to go look for separate bids. The proposal is to cancel the existing contract. The contract and agreement already exists, Mm-hmm. So for me, I have no interest in going and looking for extra bids. It's also, we're biased because we would benefit from it. I mean, you made, many thousands of dollars for VZ Enterprises during that whole transaction period, So I personally think we should use some of that money, like VZ Enterprise should put some in. FCAN Community Network will put some in, as well as EXA Incorporated. And we'll have like a few $1,000s to work with to set up both the international as well as other, we don't want to, it's not an exchange, it's just to help our clients, which are Econauts, to make sure that they're able to join the public offering, right? Or the private offering, right? For the pre-sale. Mm-hmm. So I think it's pretty simple, and I think we want to just go with it, and then we'll charge our whatever percentage, like 2-4% on whatever US dollars are transferred, or we'll help people do it on their own, DIY, through the partnership. Mm-hmm. But does that make sense? Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, and I have some of that all written up already. But I think Alpin understands as well, and we'll get that. And it sounds like from the Econaut partnership, we would get like, $2,000, which will help us get things started. It's not going to be like you're saying, enough money to really go big or whatever, but it'll be enough money to deal with the pre-sale for the ICO. And we'll have some sort of international account, probably in like, Singapore or wherever, Switzerland.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to know. Okay, so what is our, like, if you will, defenses against like, let's say the IRS or FinCEN or what's that, the security guys?
The number one defense, which is exactly what I want to do with Innovate United, is that we're not a money transfer, because they're not investing, we're not taking their money and transferring it into the Econaut partnership or into the the EXA trust or whatever it is, right? Instead, they're investing the money into the company, right? So, for example, with VZ Enterprise, the money, though it wasn't going into VZ Enterprise, the money was actually going to the Econaut partnership, the Econaut support company, as a separate sponsored company of Innovate United, and then they become an investor in the company itself. Right, so they own a percentage based on that money, and then the company overall is actively coordinating and putting all of the money into the Econaut partnership as a group and collective investment.
I see.
So that's the easiest way to do it as far as like a quick fix. Okay. And it's just like one security measure. So that'll be one security measure. So therefore, we know all of the people, they're all internal to our system, and we're all collectively investing together. And so we're literally not even a what's called an investment advisor, because we're not an investment advisor, because we're actually collectively investing with them. We're actually an internal member, right? So it protects you like 3 different ways, and then from there, we also want additional protections, which I could explain as basically, whether you're offshore or whether you're just like, we want the money to have a clear line of transfer. So it never goes through a personal account. It's never going through like everything's in the name of the person or in their name, so that it's separate from the actual company. So there's a lot of different things that you can do to protect ourselves. And those two are the easiest, to just like have really clear accounting, so the money's always separate and the money's never connected. It's always connected to the individual, and we have all of their information, right, as part of an internal member. Yeah, and then also the international aspect of it, as well as you know, the investor. So there'll be basically a double investor in both organizations simultaneously.
So what about hedge fund managing? Like how would, like, okay, so normally, so is this a defense that because since we are only specializing in, like, let's say one company only, that it's not considered a hedge fund?
Exactly. It's not a hedge fund for two reasons. One, because we're not actually investing in multiple companies, right? And two, we're not investing their money. It's our money, because we're a collective organization and we're a part of it. We're all internal members. So typically a hedge fund manager is investing somebody else's money, right? We would be investing our money because we're pooling it. We're pooling it together as a single business. And then the third one is that it's a startup. So we would be creating a startup of a new pool of investment money into the cyber organizations, into the DAOs, into the cyber assets. So in that way, it would be looked at more like buying a house, right? So it's kind of like collectively pooling our money together to buy a house, which in some ways can be looked at as an investment, but basically you're creating a company to buy an asset, and that they're all putting their money into that company collectively to buy that asset. And so that asset is collectively owned by the company, and the company is a startup, right? Just like if you were buying a house, if you're buying, you know, cyber currencies or whatever. But the main point is that never are we using somebody else's money. Like, it's either their money separate from ours, or it is our money as a startup that we're directly investing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and there's at least 4 or 5 other things I've thought about that can protect us. But any way you look at it, the bottom line is we're very restricted. I mean, this is extremely restricted money. It will only be applicable to people who are internal to our systems, and we know their name, their address, all their information, that they can't be anonymous at all.
You broke up there really badly.
Sorry, I was saying.
All I heard is very restricted.
Yeah, I'll say it again. I was saying that this model is still very restrictive. We would still only be able to work with people who are known. We have all their address information and their name and everything like that. And then in addition to that, we will only be able to work, to do it in a very specific way, So it's still restrictive. Like, we're not going to be doing like exchanges and things like that. Like, eventually we want to bring enough assets in to expand to what we really want to do, which is a much bigger level of exchanging, which we're going to need to have more licensing and stuff for. But that's going to be 6 months, a year out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is going to be very small, very minor, and it's kind of more similar to not even what James is doing. James is creating a public company. So it's like 1/10, it's like 1/100th of what James is doing, but it's similar to that concept of just, it's not even creating a mutual fund, it's just basically creating a company for the purpose of collectively pooling our money together.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll go over that more in the next steps. Any other next steps you can think of? The other thing that protects us is the multifaceted decentralized legal structure. So instead of having one single company, you have multiple companies, and you can put different pools in different companies, and then that will have our potential problems.
Although that would get into the hedge fund realm, though.
No, it still doesn't, because each company is totally separate from every other company, and every other investment is totally separate. So it's not a hedge fund.
But wouldn't that make us a little more like a hedge fund? Like, at least the cyber tokens support, because
Well, no, the cyber token support isn't even a company at all. It's a network, right? So the cyber token support is a network of various jurisdictions, right? So for example, there's Visa Enterprise, which is part of the network. There'll be other things in the United States, but mainly we're focusing on going offshore, right? But we could create multiple companies offshore that could deal with different types of exchanges and different, our relationship with what kind of currencies we can trade to actually have access to it. So when you're pooling those resources, you could have different equity pools, which would be different companies. And in the sponsored company model, right, if we go with the sponsored company model, it's even better because then you can create multiple different sponsored companies, each with their own equity pools. The Econaut Partnership Company will be totally separate company under Innovate United, separate from Visa Enterprise, but it will still all be within within Innovate United. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'll explain it more, but the idea is that you have a decentralized legal structure. So whenever you decentralize the legal structures, like a hedge fund is a single centralized organization with a single centralized legal structure that's overseeing lots of separate money pools, but is the opposite of what I'm talking about, is a decentralized legal structure with different legal decision makings that are overseeing decentralized funds. See, so it's all about decentralizing it. So the more it's decentralized, the less risk you take on, and the less risk there is for any one potential pool. Yeah. Anyways, the key is that we just want to experiment and have lots of different types, so that if one gets into a problem, we have other ones that are still over water, and then we can close things down that don't work.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. As opposed to putting all our eggs in one basket, right? Putting all our eggs in a single basket where everything goes all into that one thing, it's like you're bound to fail at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right. So any other next steps you can think of?
No, I mean, maybe it's just my brain, but like, because I'm also thinking of the meetup right now. So what?
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Having something written would be great. Because Sally also wants me to prepare for the dinner today. So.
You mean written on all this stuff, or written on in just general, or is there a specific thing that you want to prioritize that you want me written down?
More like just the CTS, like the defenses that you were talking about.
Okay, so I'll prioritize that one. I do have some things written already, but I'm going to update. So update the plan here and have more clarity on that written down. Excellent. Cool.
Awesome. That's it.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you on Monday, or probably tonight.
And I sent you the address already. It's in the chat.
Oh, what is this address? What do I do with it?
My Bitcoin address.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Let's not end this yet, so I can get to the chat. So I'm going to stop screen share. I go to chat. And this is your Bitcoin address?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah.
Accepted. You are the to stop conference recording, press. To start conference recording, press 1. The recording has started.
Hey Mel, how's it going?
Well, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well, huh?
Cool. Are
Yeah.
you still working right now?
Oh my goodness, you kidding me? It's like nonstop. I've been working since like, 10 my time.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah.
So, let's, should we send a document?
Sure.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna grab a little drink of water here too, because I am thirsty. But yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But I got my phone with me, so we can chat while water. I think it sums up my update very, very well, because there's a lot of details going on, but bottom line is that it's all flowing. And like Sally's last update, he said, like, quote, we're good for 500,000 to $1 million in the next like month or two, and we can like postpone like fundraising.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's also very good news.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. Yeah. My update is that I basically went swimming today, did some laps, and feel physically good. Yeah.
You went swimming, you said?
Mhm.
Nice. That's awesome. Wow, that's
I
amazing.
know, right? Crazy.
Did you send me the doc you're making now, or do you want me to make? Am I supposed to be making it, or?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we need to necessarily
So maybe just do like an informal check-in today.
Yeah, let's do an informal one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that. I know I've been so busy today too, Mel. It's just been like nonstop. Oh my god! But so today is the official 1 month, right? For the new team, right? For the FQN getting this new contract and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we did the 1 month like retrospective, right?
Uh-huh.
And so we did kind of like an evaluation, sort of like, where we currently are at, how do people feel about things, what can we improve? Oh my god. And like it was just really cool. It's just like, listen to this quote. I really like the team of all the people involved. We have different skills and we're putting everything good to go. And like, it's just like we're all enjoying this. I mean, it's just like people are just so happy. They're very impressed at how much they've accomplished. That it's very unlikely to find and meet such great people to be working with. It is amazing people. I love working with these people. It's easy to talk to. And it's even harder on a global scale to just be collaborating at such a wonderful pace. Anyways, it's just very exciting.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, people are really digging it. And in the last, it's only been like 3 days. Like in the last 2 days, the level of commitment has gone like way up. Like they went from basically like, taking on a few tasks here and there and like not really doing things to like people are just like, having like, a half dozen meetings without me even knowing about it.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's amazing.
It is amazing. Huge.
This is all like excellent stuff?
Yeah, this is part of our whole contract with EXA.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and me and James, we went and saw Tapeface last night.
Oh, I don't know what that is. A popular movie app or something?
No, Tapeface is like he's a comic, a comedian who like it's like a mime. He's like a mime comedian.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, he's hilarious. He's so funny. But he was on America. He was on America's Got Talent.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So I've been like trying to balance my life, between all the busy work and taking some time for myself.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
So how about you? How are things going on your side? What's your timeline and trajectory? You're coming over to the West Coast.
Oh man. Well, basically, I had a really good meeting with the board of the vet organization here, and I'm coming up with a development plan and a grant plan to them before I come back. But anyways, I have a meeting with them next Tuesday, so no earlier than Tuesday, and then.
And that's in Philly, or that's over here?
That's here. Yeah, and then I have another meeting with Adam. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work out, but I'm thinking towards the end of next week I'll be back. But there is baseball. The possibility. Well, there's like a bunch of things happening in Hong Kong and Shanghai because of China, so I don't know. I might be able to go, I might not be able to go. I'll know if they take my trip. I won't if they don't, so we'll see.
There's definitely discussion about What are we doing? Where's the bank? Right? Alright, I'm gonna go. You smoke your ciggy, right? You gonna smoke ciggy? Yep. Ready? Sweet, gotta come in. Okay. All right, just call me back if there's any problem. Okay. Right. What is this? This one new? Does it hurt like on the inside or the outside?
Very simply worded, and I think that those 10 amendments to the Constitution were really put there by our founding fathers so that we would spend all of our lives arguing. A lot of this shit is simple. The First Amendment's a great amendment. Separation of church and state. Okay, what does that mean? It means they're separated. That's what it means. There's no discussion. The other great part of that First Amendment is the reason that I have a career is freedom of speech. It's, and folks who made it possible for me to be on stage and be called by many someone who has a potty mouth. I've been called that by adults who are fucking 9 years old. It's profanity. These are words that were designed for adults to express anger, frustration, and pain. That's what they're there for. If you fell and broke your ankle, if a car backs into your car, right? If you get a bill from the dentist, do you really look at it? What do you say if you don't use those words? What do you go, oh, for sure? Pussy willow. It's really my pleasure now to introduce a hero of mine. I don't have fucking heroes. First, so I was young, and I followed him ever since. He's wonderful. The level of brilliance he brings to his comedy is unmatched. No one, I feel no one in my lifetime cut through hypocrisy for us to get at the truth. And then by the time we felt the sting of that truth, it turned the phrase that made us laugh out loud. It's an extraordinary gift. Ladies and gentlemen, the incomparable Dick Gregory. Why don't you go back to Africa, nigga, and take me with you? Then you know it's cold. Thank you all for coming out. And all the exciting things happen. Those of you all that live here know it's just people. They're wild. You're all crazy. 2 ounces. But as you can see, those of you just come in for this, you can see this things happen. And watch them because of the really hard. Congress is coming back this week. They're going to get it done. They're talking about doing a joint session. And I'm extra happy today because we just finished the last day of Black History. Black History, and a lot of people say, oh, we're making progress. But for you young folks in the house, it used to be called Negro History. Now we're going from a week to a month. But you know, when it got ready to give us a month, it means that month of February, and all them damn days missing, right? In February. But a lot of people, February 2nd is Groundhog Day. And she said, what's a groundhog? If the groundhog takes his shadow, 6 more weeks. see that if the groundhog sees a shadow 6 more feet of winter and think, I want to go school with you. When you get home, check out your calendar. Spring is March the 21st. Count from February the 2nd to March 21st. That is 6 weeks. It's my Martin Luther King, but this was serious. This was serious. We sit and talk about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and all of these thugs owning people. What did come out of that? That's why we got this good working. And even George and Franklin, they couldn't trick the universe. They said, well, we're only slaves, so we can't be a symbol of liberty. So, because our brothers said, well, when you get that down, and hit it, let that be a symbol of liberty. You can trick me, you can trick you, you can come up with all kinds of tricks, but you can't trick you. They hit that down in Philadelphia, bang, they'll crack all the way from the bottom to the top. That's the symbol of liberty. Because it's been put to death, that's been treated. And that's why you got to keep working on it. And you got to do things. They act like they can do something. Ferguson, the wife said, they're black and they're tearing up their own neighborhood. But what do you think the Civil War was about? You think they were tearing up Spain? Then what was it? 6 weeks ago? First time in the history of football, college, finally decided they was going to have one title champion. You know that? Go back and look at the reruns. Oh, how one and them white folks tore that town up. It's okay to do it over a damn game. I'm gonna get shot in the back of the head by a top 40 times, and I'm not supposed to tab nothing. Right? And even when they had that little ride in Serbia, they was like, hey, did you see it? The liquor store? Come on, with a half-pint of gin. They didn't even get one gin. Okay. But we ought to watch this thing change. Thanks for Dr. King. Change it. You white folks can feel it. Because all the legislation we got, it didn't say for Negroes only. For our movement, a white woman could do nothing on an airplane with food. Couldn't be a holler. They lost a damn plane. That's why we black folks travel with Greyhound. Greyhound ain't never lost a plane. Just don't understand why. Greyhound would never treat us like they can do it now. You got to walk to the damn plane. Greyhound bring that bus up to you. They lied to you. The bags, you've been looking for the bags. Yeah, I think you didn't have them. 3 blocks before Greyhound get into the terminal, they say all the bags got written off in Memphis, so don't go to baggage. You might go into the best schools, so I get on the airplane and my bags is missing. I trust you. Speak to the supervisor. person. Somewhere tonight, when we stop and think about how far we came to where this thing is going. I think about the civil rights movement in the next. Like I said before, this movement, think about it. A white woman couldn't do nothing. You couldn't do no painting. You couldn't be a assistant. You couldn't even take our job back as him. All you could do blame me before I moved in. Didn't stop there. You had to look like something out of the center page of Playboy magazine. And you tolerated that. White folks owned it. We didn't own it. White folks owned it. But all you could do until I moved on. And anytime you go out to that airport now and get on a plane to see an old, short, ugly, fat stewardess, we got her that job. Not your Maurice, and all you gonna do now is brag about what you do at that damn. And you tolerate it. I mean, think about it. 13, 14, 15, amendment. Gave black men the legal right to vote for white women. You didn't get the right to vote in 1921 after you died, started, thrown in jail, abused. We had the right, they didn't let us, but we had them for you. That's your daddy, that's your brother, that's all the white men that run this country. And that's how this all this crap. The folks are just gonna tease you. It's no different if you need to listen to black folks. There's no difference between black folks and white people. That's a damn lie. Seattle's commercial. And if you have a 4-hour erection, go to the emergency room, and you know they're talking to white people. And they put it on TV. Little children. Little grandson, 4 years old, walked to me the other day and said, Granddad, what's an erection? I said, go ask your grandma. He came back with that little smile on his face. I said, what'd she say? He said, she'll tell me later. She'll tell you she hasn't seen one of them things around the house in years. You can make a difference. A handful of people when you put this together. You can make a difference. But you have to look at the whole piece. The whole piece. Black folk been shot in the back 40 times. Had guns nowhere in the car. They had no body. You have to make it. That's your job. They just put it together. You have to capital punishment. Serious. I can understand you get mad and killing me, but not my damn strength. Not my gun. You was in here. You're gonna take this. You're gonna see this thing away. We represent light. All that other crazy, they represent darkness. The problem is your light. I'm afraid of their darkness. You black the CIA, the FBI, the military, thugs will never have a reason they control it. There are some things worth dying for. I learned in the civil rights, there's nothing worth killing. Nothing worth killing. disrespect to the faithful, but I gotta say, I've come to view Jesus much the way I've come to view Elvis. I love the guy, but a lot of the fan clubs freak me out. You know, I gotta say, I vote for Jesus every presidential election. I do. I do. I like Obama. Do you like Obama in DC still? I see for some of you, tepid is the new black, but that's all right. You know, I like him. I like Romney too. Listen, I loved his wife. Ann Romney was a great stay-at-five homes mom. I respected him. You know, Mitt Romney would have been our first president who was the human look at the hard-out inflatable guy outside a car dealership. I love Ted Cruz. I think he'd be a terrific president as a comedian. I gotta say, I mean, I'm excited. No, hey, Ted Cruz is the Abraham Lincoln of Sarah Palin's. But I'm voting for Jesus. I always vote for Jesus, and I don't know why more people don't go write-in ballot for Jesus of Nazareth. Both parties act like he's their mascot, like he's on the sidelines of pom-poms for their agenda. So I say, get rid of the middleman America and just vote for Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Who wouldn't want to vote for a peaceful, radical, non-violent revolutionary who hung around with lepers, hookers, and criminals, a man who never spoke English, was not an American citizen, was anti-wealth, completely anti-death penalty, anti-public prayer. Yes, he was motherfucking Matthew 6:5, anti-public prayer, but never once anti-gay, never once mentioned abortion, never once technically mentioned premarital sex, never called them lazy, never fought for tax cuts for the wealthiest Nazarenes, never asked the leper for a fucking copay, and was a long-haired, brown-skinned, homeless, unarmed, anti-slut-shaming, community organizing Palestinian Jew. But that's only if you believe what's actually in the Bible. And I get kind of down when I see my Christian brothers and sisters trying to stop my LGBT brothers and sisters from being happy in a society based on liberty. There's only one part of the Bible where God ever actually condemns any kind of same-sex activity. When he says in Leviticus, ye shall not lie with a man as with a woman, that is an abomination. Shall not lie with. Nothing about one guy on all fours. One guy leaning against the men's room stall while Republican Senator plays lookout. Nothing like that. You know what? If you want to go ahead and abuse our First Amendment and use Leviticus to say that same-sex relations are wrong, then you follow every rule of Leviticus. Because you don't just have to hate gay men. You're supposed to stone them to death when you see them. And I don't know if y'all homophobes have noticed. The gay brothers have been working out. They're ready. All right? But if you want to do that, then you got to follow every other law, which means you also have to stone to death children who are gluttons or drunks. Bye-bye, Bieber. Anyone who cuts their hair in the temples or tattoos the flesh, and I'm sure gonna miss the Marine Corps and half the bands I like. Anybody who works on a Sabbath, that's Saturday, fuck you, NASCAR. And anyone who commits adultery, and according to Old Testament law, that includes divorce and remarriage. So what I'm saying, my Judeo-Christian homophobic friends, if you really believe the one part of the Bible that says that being gay is a sin, then you owe it to God to kill Rush Limbaugh 3 times. Which you really shouldn't do. Don't do that, please, as a jest. No. Curiously, at no point in the Bible does God ever prohibit women being with women. And I find it just a bit telling that the Almighty and Vivid Video enjoy the same policy. I'm also a big fan of the Second Amendment, of course. Right to bear arms, I'm a big fan of that one. I do agree with 90% of the people. We can have some limitations, but you know the argument still get from our brothers is guns don't kill people, people kill people. Well, that's true. Guns don't kill people, but NRA people, by Congress people, make it easy for deranged people to kill innocent people. So there's that. And I know the argument is, well, Obama wants to come take our guns away. Well, that's the beautiful thing. As an ex-speeder, nobody wants your guns. And the fact that you're allowed to
say Obama's a gun-grabbing tyrant while heavily arming yourself pretty much proves he's not. And one last thing on that, and again, I respect the right to bear arms, but if you need 30 rounds in a magazine for hunting, you are not a Second Amendment champion. You're a dude who sucks at hunting. All right, can we agree on this, please? There's only one time, brothers and sisters, one time you will ever need 30 rounds in a magazine for hunting, and that's zombie deer, all right? The zombie deer come back, I'll be giving AR-15s to everybody. And again, I'm a big fan of the Fourth Amendment as well. Can we hear it for the Fourth? No one's talking about that yet. You know, I actually wrote to the government, to President Obama and to the NSA to tell them my concerns about eavesdropping and warrantless wiretapping and surveillance, and they wrote back saying they already knew how I felt about it. I want to say what a pleasure it is to be in D.C. the week that you all become hotheads. It's really inspiring. You know, let's just talk for a minute about search and seizure in terms of locking up tax-paying citizens for smoking exactly what Washington and Jefferson grew. Okay, because Washington grew it, Jefferson grew it. Nowadays they'd be locked up if we ever locked up wealthy white guys for pot. I mean, you know, Benjamin Franklin started the first colonial printing press using paper. I'm not saying he smoked it. I'm sure lots of completely sober guys fly kites during thunderstorms. You like Fox News? Any Fox News fans? Oh, how do you not like Fox News? Fox News is like a mecca for people who hate mecca. You might not know this, my friends, but watching Fox News until you become so morally and intellectually outraged that your heart rate physically goes up counts as cardio. This is true. I got a satellite dish just so I can watch Sean Hannity in the original German. It's a beautiful thing. First Amendment, First Amendment. And it was really exciting meeting Megyn Kelly at CPAC the other day because I'm a big fan of hers. I go on Fox News a lot. They're wonderful people. I really enjoy going on there and making fun of them. But they're great. But I never met Megyn Kelly. And of course, my first time seeing her since she made that whole comment last year about Santa Claus being white. I had to grab her and say, Megyn Kelly, Santa Claus is not white. I'm sorry, liberals, Santa Claus is not black. Santa Claus is Chinese. And I know this because that's where all the presents come from. So I just want to say what an honor it is to play here tonight and to be with all my progressive and conservative brothers and sisters who are all here for one thing, because we all love America. For all of its glorious imperfections, we love the Bill of Rights. And the very fact that we're still fighting over it shows how relevant it is and how important it is. Because we all, no matter what our background, agree that we love this country. This is the only country on earth where you can not believe that climate change science is real, but you can also believe that pro wrestling is real. Thank you all very much for coming out tonight. Peace.
I was so hoping to be with you all tonight. First, because it's about the Bill of Rights, which is very personal to me ever since I found out that I'm directly related to Thomas Jefferson. And also because two of my heroes and inspiration on this show, Dick Gregory and Tommy Smith. I didn't know about Dick Gregory until I got older and realized that I was black. But the Smothers Brothers, that was one of my favorite shows. You know, there's been a lot of funny brothers. The Fox Brothers, the Wayans Brothers, and my current favorite, Cook Brothers. But Tommy and the Smothers Brothers, they were it for me as a kid. I didn't really get all the politics. I thought tribute was something that you see a specialist about. One of my favorite parts about watching the Smothers was watching my great-grandmother
You guys don't look any older at all. I do, but they're nice having Dick Gregory on one side, and John Fugelsang just did that, the young guy, and then me on the other side. The senior citizens on each side of it. There's like this young man, John Fugelsang, that was really great. You know my material. But I'm Tom Smothers, and my brother is in here. We were the Smothers brothers, and we had a run-in with the First Amendment at one time. And I do look back on that, even though it's been 40 years, 1969, when we were fired for expressing our viewpoints about things. And I look back on how much more mature and look at hindsight 30 years back. I'm still pissed off. But I'm cool about it. My brother, bless his heart, is around. And he's a good friend of mine. It's my brother. And he's working without him. It's half of it is gone. So I had to make some notes occasionally what I'm going to say. Wanda Sykes. I want to thank Wanda Sykes. Wonderful community. There's so many nice things to say, and thank you all for the introduction. But I went to San Jose State, and I went to San Jose State, and I graduated my first job out of San Jose State as a college. I was not a successful experience, but I was worked for the air traffic control and traffic control, and they said you can't even say it. So. But I got off the plane, and this is true, the guy at the airport in San Francisco, the guy had a sing I don't, and the sing I don't, she said, go ahead. Go on, and the guy behind him had shades on, had a chihuahua, and he said, you can't take the dog on the plane. He says, it's sing I don't. It's sing I don't. There's a joke here. Do you know what it is? So it's the same night I walked in, and you see my dog. And so he took he had a leash on the dog, and just picked it up and started. She said, what are you doing? He said, take a look around. I didn't tell the joke, and the guy said, the flight attendant said, you know how a flying skydiver knows when to pull the cord? And he said, no. He said, well, when the leash goes slack. That's not my joke. They told me that. So I have a grandson, and it was his birthday, and my wife got him for his birthday a bird feeder. I said, well, what am I going to get him? He said, get him something for the bird feeder. So I got him a BB gun. So you're laughing, that's good. These are good jokes. We are getting older. I'm getting older, and I'm 76. I'm 78 years old. And I know that things start to happen. But you can tell maybe you seniors out there, you think you can get certain things. But I knew I was getting older when I started. I really like watching baseball now. I mean, it's a pretty fast game. I realized getting older. Look at computers, my God. The computers have allowed, and that's all this high-tech stuff, but computers have allowed people to make more mistakes faster than any time in history. Except for this maybe Jack Daniels and handgun. You make mistakes. It's a So that's the last that was pretty much everything I had to say because there's things about truth, truth is what you get other people to believe. I was going to do a couple of other tricks and get out of here, but I like the First Amendment and John Fugelsang. I mean, he did 5 of my jokes, the very best one. He never told me he was going to do that, but I like the little yo-yo because distance from Plato. The yo-yo is a stored kinetic energy, a rotating mass, and it's a wonderful toy, and it's also basically you do deep moves. I made the Greek word politics comes from the word Greek word poly, meaning many, and ticks meaning blood-sucking parasites. And here is a rocker baby. It's premature baby in a little tiny cradle. Eiffel Tower. Walk the dog. And on this one good. This is one called John Lewis. Every one of my jokes. And now, so here we are. So brain twist. You know something? What a great pleasure to get that news. I just want to say thank you so much for supporting this wonderful show and the people who come out here to perform on it, to make the Bill of Rights a monument for an state in the world and in this country. We're trying to do that, and the people here and you showing up is very important. I just like to tell you in closing that when you don't know what you're talking about, it's really hard to know when you're finished. Well, not one. They should have taken the third one. I was in Belgium, too. They could have made one up for everything. Freedom of hearing. Freedom of speech doesn't mean much if you don't get to hear it. You can speak and you can say these things and turn off the mic, you're still standing, no one's hearing it. You can say stand the clock and say anything you want. So the freedom of hearing, the freedom to hear other voices, to hear the free speech is the one I think is
Still to come, Priscilla Alonso and Ahmed Ahmed with a special appearance by Angela. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Let Freedom Laugh, the Bill of Rights comedy concert.
When I started doing stand-up, I used to I never wanted to offend people. Because being the youngest in the family, I was very used to always having to cater to what my family wanted, what my family thought. And it wasn't until years into stand-up that I thought, hey, don't do that. And I realized that when I became more honest with what I was talking about, and actually talk about that's when the audience got it. That's what made me realize that you shouldn't censor anything that you're saying because only in truth you get real comment. That's when you get the best laughs. Out of pain, out of anything that comes, that's when the fun.
How you guys doing? Fantastic. I'm really excited to be in DC. I love it. I'm from Texas. I grew up in. Yeah, you heard of it? Congratulations. I grew up in a border town in South Texas, kind of a bad neighborhood. Our high school mascot was the cartels. Let's just say we never lost a game. I am Latina, unless you hate Latinos, then I'm Indian. You hate Latinos and Indians, man, you're racist. It's been a hard couple of years for Latinos, past couple of years. People are very critical of us, I'm on the road a lot. I go to places, they don't have any Latinos at all sometimes. That's where it gets weird. I was doing a show in Iowa. I know. I was walking to this gig, this old guy yells at me, Mexicans are lazy. Should I be walking faster? No idea, right? He keeps yelling at me, Mexicans are lazy. Mexicans are taking away our jobs. I'm like, well, which one is it? We've been talking about immigration for the past number of years. Immigration's a problem. You know what? Maybe it is. But when it's a problem, it's about different groups of people. Why is it that every time we talk about immigration, they always show pictures of people that look like me? Last time I checked, there were 2 countries that bordered the United States. And I never see the Border Patrol looking for any fucking illegal Canadians out there. Hey, you in the hockey jersey. Yeah, you listening to Celine Dion. Where the hell are your papers? I get it. People want to come to this country. It's a good country. We have it pretty good, guys. And life is good. Think about it. We have a store called Build-A-Bear. We have a store where we pay them money to let us build a toy every time we work at a sweatshop. That's fucked up. Have you been to that store? There's moms everywhere. Happy birthday, Megan. You're Chinese for the day. Can you imagine describing that store to somebody that actually works at a sweatshop? And be like, what the hell is this? It's a game. We do it for fun. I wish I could explain, but I've got to go to Subway and have 3 people making 1 sandwich. You lose weight. I'm still carrying around that baby weight I gave you my sister's pregnancy. It's so hard to lose weight. It's expensive too. It's so expensive. You guys, I wanted to get into shape. I went to a store to buy workout clothes, right? I went to a store called Lululemon. Guess what I found out? I'm too fat to work out in their clothes. The biggest size I go up to is 12. You know what? That's their big size. Their concept of extra large is my idea of thin. I have to lose 30 pounds before I can work out in their stupid clothes. But I was at the store and I didn't want to leave without finding something to buy. I'm like, where the hell are your headbands? You got headbands? No? Wristbands? You don't sell socks? Oh, you don't sell socks. Finally, I found a sports bra that kind of fit. Saw the price tag, $50. $50 for a sports bra. That's outrageous, $50. When you think that I can go to Home Depot and hire a day laborer to just hold them up while I go jog. I'm like, come on. Come on. Come on, Pepe. Come on. Come on, we're doing this. Dos mias. Dos mias. Come on. Let's do it. Squeeze them harder. I need support. Come on. Our lifestyles are insane. Workout clothes are expensive. Food is expensive. When the hell did we start giving a shit about how our food was treated when it was alive before we killed it and ate it? You go to the grocery store, now they tell you how all the food had its life. All this milk is hormone-free. This beef is grass-fed. This chicken is cage-free. These animals had a better childhood than I did. I went to public school. I had bars on my window, but this chicken is cage-free. Oh, okay. All right. This food is expensive because I'm paying for the hobbies the chicken had. Oh, okay. Yes, I know this chicken's $9 a pound, but it played the cello and it liked to surf. And if I had a choice to eat something that had a privileged life, screw chickens, I eat a Kardashian. It's insane. The way that we've gotten with food is ridiculous. I went to Whole Foods last week. My God, that store should have layaway. What? Walked around the store, they were having a sale on strawberries. $6 for a pint of strawberries because they were organic. $6, man. I'm sorry, that's a lot of money. For that much money, you better show me a picture of white people picking that fruit. Why is this? I don't get that. You guys, I grew up in a border town in Texas, poverty-stricken. When you grow up poor, you learn to live without certain luxuries in life, you know, like air conditioning, or food allergies. When you're poor, you eat whatever you can because you never know when that next meal is coming. We don't have the luxury to be allergic to anything. That's a conversation you'll never hear in the hood. Yo, man, Lamar's dead. What, drive-by? Nah, peanuts. Thank you guys. My name is Alonso. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Freedom, I think, is the right to be true. We often think that freedom is only things that will turn out either now or in the long run to be wise or to show some truth. But you have to have the freedom to speak freedom of freedom. The only freedoms that matter are the freedoms of the people who don't agree. The people I'm most concerned about with the First Amendment are the West Baptists. I don't agree with them at all, and their freedom to be free. Freedom is the right to my concept of is to get the Bill of Rights to be amended. Tattoo and to one on jazz and then probably 1,000 altogether. Rotate them. Actually messes up. There you go. Look at them. Say, boy, you're not just Superman. There's nobody I wouldn't rather see. By the way, which are the rights I would have. No one I would rather see. Well, I can't violate constitutional rights because I'm not governed. But I do during our show the exercise of constitutional rights. We burn a flag, we without guns.
Up next, Ahmed, and then more with Louis Black. Welcome back to Let Freedom Laugh, the Bill of Rights comedy concert.
Where do I see America moving forward? Technology, for sure. More advanced technology, we're moving forward rapidly, and I'm seeing a bit of some cross-cultural awareness happening through technology. I'm also seeing a lot of division happening through technology. That's why I think we're moving backward. That race car is never going to go away. And the division, because of religion, unfortunately, is never going to go away. You know, that mixed in with who owns what piece of land, we're going backwards still. So unless we can find some sort of common denominator in order to fix these problems, I don't know what's going to help the process. But I do feel like laughter is one of the key elements that keeps people unified.
I
jumped at the opportunity to be on this show because I myself have a lot of First Amendment issues that I deal with. So, well, let's just go ahead and find out the elephant in the room. I'm from the Middle East. Thanks. Thanks. Any other Arabs there besides me? 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. 4. Well, it only takes one of us. Not just from anywhere in the Middle East, I'm from a little country you probably never heard of called Egypt. That's right, 85 million people just overthrowing your government again. Hashtag winning, that's what I call that. I don't want to brag, but the Egyptians were the first civilization known to man. Yeah. You're welcome, I guess. We built the pyramids. It wasn't the aliens, it was the Egyptians. Okay, technically it was the Jews. So, see that? Always taking credit for everything. Those Jews. That's okay, we designed and supervised. And if you're not laughing, you're probably a Jew. I was also raised Muslim. Whatever the fuck is showing you on Fox News. Just relax. These white women in the front were like legit scared. Oh my god! ISIS is here! He's here! That's him, I know. He's on the video. That's him. I was watching this ISIS leader was talking shit to America. I'm going to show you something. Relax, it's not a detonator. It's an iPhone 6 Plus, which is. This guy's talking shit to America about how they're using social media to get their word out. I wrote it down because there was subtitle. He was speaking cave or whatever. This is what he said. This is what it sounds like in my head. We Muslims around the world are getting the word out to other Muslims to wage a war against America. Social media has been a great help to our cause, getting the word out about ISIS. So please, like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Super Scary Jihad. If you post a picture burning the American flag, we will defeat you. Also, please use hashtag American Pig. Please use a photo of an actual pig, not a stuffed animal like these other idiots. Also, don't forget LOL, DMFAO. Laugh out loud, detonating my fucking myself. Actually, Muslims are responsible for a lot of inventions that you guys use every day and don't even realize you're using. Do you know Muslims invented the mechanical clock? It's a fact. It's also ironic because we're always fucking late for everything. We're more late than black people. You can laugh, the black guy laugh, it's fine. When black people laugh, everything's fine. Do it. The Muslims are arrogant. They're like, I'll get there when I get there. I invented time. We invented chemistry, which makes perfect fucking sense. Bombs, really bombs. You know, Muslims invented the toothbrush, soap, and deodorant? Yeah, what the fuck happened there, huh? You think we just gave up one day? Like, no, it will never catch on. Give it to the Greeks. And the Greeks give it to the Persians, but they use too much of it. Persians give it to the Indians. Indians give it right fucking back. No, we're good. We're good. 1 billion of us. We're good. Being raised Muslim too is weird because I'm like bipolar. You know, like I'm 44 years old. I just turned 44, and I know I look great. 44. So my mom wants me to get married. She's an old school traditional Muslim mother. Calling me every day. Ahmed, did you get enough rest? Did you drink enough water? Did you eat right? Have you met anybody nice? You're 44. You're still single. I don't understand. Are you a gay? I'm like, no, I'm not a gay. Jokingly, I'm like, well, maybe I just want to be with more than one woman, Mom. She's like, that is okay. You see, son, in Islam, you're allowed up to 4 wives, okay? But you have to treat them all the same. If you buy one a house, you have to buy all 4 a house of equal value. If you buy one a car, you have to buy all 4 a car of equal value. If you make sex with one a certain way, you're obligated to make sex with all of them exactly the same way. I can hear my dad in the corner of the room smoking a cigarette, like, it's not worth it. It's bullshit. It's a scam. You want 400 B's, really? That, my son, is a true test of God. That's my dad, always cracking jokes. He can't help it. Cracking jokes. He had quadruple bypass open heart surgery. Cracking jokes right out of the gate. Yeah. He opens his eyes up 12 hours after being in the ICU. 2 nurses are hovering over him. He's like, but one of the nurses said ICU.
That's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant. That was not my point.
That's very funny, Mr. Ahmed. Are you okay? Yes, I am okay. Thanks God. Thanks God I am okay because I know I cannot be bad. Only 2 of you. And you don't look like anything at all. I'm sorry. It's important that we laugh together. It's nice to be here in our nation's capital, bringing laughter. Because I'll tell you something. I got the opportunity to meet President Barack Obama when I made this documentary about comedy in the Middle East called Just Like Us. And I took 10 American comedians to Dubai, Lebanon, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and performed in front of over 20,000 Arabs and Muslims, and we're still alive to talk about it. What was cool was we premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival, and then somebody in Barack Obama's camp saw the documentary, and I got invited to the White House for his annual iftar dinner for the observance of Ramadan. When I got the invite, I didn't think it was real, because I'm a comic, so why would I get invited? Right? I got this email, dear Mr. Ahmed, the President of the United States, Barack Obama cordially invites you to the White House for his annual iftar dinner. Please RSVP. It was a misleading joke, where I replied with, LOL, who's this? They replied back, this is a real invite. If you want to attend, we need to know ASAP. So I RSVP, included DC. I showed up at the White House. There's about 150 very nicely dressed Muslims standing outside. Gotta be honest, with no shade. I thought a net was going to drop on us. We got 150 of them. Just another billion to go. I'll leave a little story that I gotta get out of here. But I'm traveling back to LA tomorrow. And I'm not looking forward to that trip because my name's Ahmed. I can't even fly a fucking kite in this country anymore. I'm always getting detained or Every airport I go to, there's always this older black woman with an attitude behind the ticket counter. And it's the same one at every airport around America. I don't know if they're flying her in or what the fuck. Does a hologram pop up when I arrive? This motherfucker think he's gonna board this plane. I might as well be like high in to Washington, D.C.
You almost ready to watch Drag Race? What? I'm ready whenever you are. Okay. Ready? Yes. Do I tell you what we need?
I don't want to be Andrea. If it's going to be that, I'll take Andrea. I'll take Andrea. No wonder I'm addicted to speed. I'm addicted to speed too. We're all going to the same college. We're gonna work together again. Bonita Brown, Carrington Colby. You weren't really selling the lines. Where are the cool people? Aja.
You were playing the bitch, and it felt kind of flat for me. You basically handed Shay a moment to shine.
Trinity Taylor, the winner of this week's challenge. Bonita Brown, Shantae, you stay. Aja, sashay away. Oh, that was a rough one. Oh, I feel heartbroken. I was just like Brooklyn Boo, and I'm really, really gonna miss her. Love you guys. XOXO, Aja. The truth is, I'm thrilled to see the room thinning out because I know I'm a contender in this competition. I know it. Well, I have 2 wins, and she has a win and then a partner win. Whoa! Also, weren't you in the bottom 2, and I never even landed in the bottom 3? I'm kind of jealous. I want to win too. Because we're at the point now where if you haven't won at least one challenge, then why are you here? But how do you feel? You told you're perfect. Again, they told you you're perfect. One day still burn out of perfection. Yeah, we all like to be in the top, but the cookie doesn't always crumble that way. Thank you, Jordan and Ramsey. At this point, there's only 2 girls who have not won any challenges yet. Peppermint and Farrah. Saturday's a good day. Hey, Farrah, thanks for looking like a drag queen today. Peppermint for sure in trouble. Farrah's days are for sure numbers. Bye-bye. Not collect $200. No cat ride for you. The winner of RuPaul's Drag Race receives a 1-year supply of Anastasia Beverly Hills Cosmetics and a cash prize of $100,000 with extra special guest judges Origin Feaster and Tim Margaret. Ladies, I just came from the eye doctor. She prescribed me these new reading glasses. And her timing couldn't have been better. Because in the great tradition of handbending, it's time for the reading challenge. Because reading is what? Fundamental. Thank you very much. Dr. Malure, come on down. The library is open today. that we have on loan from Madame Tussauds, RuPaul statue, and Miss Trinity Taylor. Nina Bonina Brown, your pads are so big. You bent down to pick something up off the street, and the garbage man said, "Who let this raggedy couch here? Goodwill pickup is on Sunday." Come on, all those men's that buy you fancy designer shoes, they're not your boyfriends. They're called Johns, and they're your employers. Shay Kool-Aid, you sure are a scene stealer. I guess gnawing on set pieces explains those teeth. Valentina, yeah, your wardrobe sure does look expensive, but money can't buy talent. Sarah, you really are the social media queen. Too bad you can't get a filter for that personality. Peppermint, you assassinated Cynthia in the lipstick, but did you have to practice on your wardrobe? Nina Bonina Brown Jurassic Apartheid. You've had some ups and downs in this competition, and I cannot wait to read it all in your biography. 50 Shades of Ashy. Alexis, Michelle, you're oh so Broadway, but you're also very broad. Trinity Taylor, I once told you that you're so beautiful inside and out. I lied, you ugly stripper. Ladies, we're gonna do an exercise. Everybody raise your arms up to the sky. And Shay, this is for you. One word. Deodorant, bitch. Peppermint, you need one. Sasha. You and Rue have a lot of money. You long. You realize. He's rich. You like a BMW. Body made wrong. Valentina, you think you're Miss Venezuela, but you're more like Miss Quinceañera. Alexis Michelle, Pillsbury called. They want their roles back. Okay, that's all I got. Oh, you did? The library is officially closed. Now, you're all avid readers, but one of you is the head librarian. Valentina. You want a 4-night stay for you and a guest at the Saguaro Palm Springs. Oh, I love Palm Springs. Now, reading one another do take nerves, but you need titanium balls and tips to read a legendary movie. So for this week's Maxi Challenge, we're bringing back the RuPaul Roast. Hashtag RuPaul Roast. But this time, our guest of dishonor won't be me. The person you'll be roasting is Michelle Assange. And get this, she has no idea. Now, Valentina, since you won the reading challenge, you'll decide the order your roasting is. So for this week's Maxi Challenge, we're bringing back the RuPaul Roast. Hashtag RuPaul Roast. But this time, our guest of dishonor won't be me. The person you'll be roasting is Michelle Assange. And get this, she has no idea. Valentina, since you won the reading challenge, you'll decide the order of the presenters. And the order, ladies, Michelle never forgets. Here we go, y'all. What are you thinking, Valentina? Speaking of word, you want to go? I want to go just somewhere in the middle. Valentina, I know that like first and last are like the hardest positions, and I don't mind either one of them. Okay, so going first is Shay. Second is going to be Sasha. Third is
anything to do with my size.
Okay.
I just like would have preferred not to do with body image. So that's all I have to say about that.
You know, you knew people were gonna read you. You made fun of other people. Calm down. You're a drag queen, honey.
I'm sorry about my joke.
I don't want you to feel that you think it's okay to make it.
I feel like right now I'm like, and roast to be
Coming up, everybody's we have
Loyalty programs aren't always rewarding. But Hotels.com is. Instant savings now, 3 nights later. Hotels.com.
We have to do a roast of Michelle Visage. Everybody's nervous.
You might have lucky if you're not here.
I am frozen, and I'm not even talking about my face. So I have my pen in one hand, and I have my hand on a piece of paper, and I just think, and nothing.
Girl, Guadalupe ain't gonna write these jokes for you. You gotta do your own stuff, girl. It's like your grandmother.
To help you with your material.
This is my first time ever in the workroom, you know that?
You're kidding. Oh my goodness.
Welcome. It's just like I pictured it.
Alexis Michelle, gentlemen. Now, a little birdie told me that you were a little pissed off by the reading challenge.
I just thought some of my sisters could have come up with some more original material.
You were more disappointed than this.
Now, the truth is, Rue, body image has been something I've struggled with for a lot of my life. And I have talked with my sisters, and they know what I've struggled with. That's why it was a little bit hurtful.
So you feel like it's okay for you to make fun of someone else, but not someone else to make fun of you?
Look, I will try, whenever I come for anybody on that runway, to make sure that we're all laughing together.
Right. But that's the thing about comedy. A lot of times, especially people who've been through hell and high water with an issue, the only way to get through it is to freaking laugh at it.
That's true.
Said, look, you survived.
Yeah.
Have you ever done comedy before?
I have. Actually, at my weekly show, I spent a lot of time on the mic.
And you're actually going last in the lineup. How do you feel about that?
I honestly was ready to open her and set the tone, or close her out, and let them eat cake.
Okay. All right.
Well, listen, you have experience in this. A lot of the other girls don't. And because you do, we're going to need you to bring in extra.
Okay. All right. We'll see ya. Make us laugh. See ya. Bye. Hey, Pheromone. Oh, hi. You did the reading earlier. How'd that go for you? Honestly, I really didn't like doing it. I did go for a low blow with Alexis Michelle, and it did not feel good. Now, are you more worried about what other people think of you? I just am more worried about staying true to my integrity and not hurting anyone. Well, what kind of integrity do you have?
I would go on Chelsea Lately all the time, and that show was really about tearing down Hollywood. And my nature is to be nice, so I'd be the one in the corner going, but I like Jessica Simpson, trying to, but it can be done. Lube her up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love you, Michelle, but I'm the biggest fan of Michelle Visage, but
yeah. Exactly.
And it's not me.
Totally.
Because it's totally me.
Yeah. Funny challenge. I know. Because at this point, you should be
obviously, Michelle is the target of this roast. Is this scary? Does this excite you?
It scares me.
Tell me about it.
I've never roasted anyone.
Are you a funny queen?
I think so. I mean, I think people will laugh.
I think you are, but so far in this competition, you've had some trouble getting out of the gate, so to speak.
I feel like it's more like crossing the finish line.
Okay, all right.
Ding dong. Are you hungry for a win?
I'm starving to death.
Well, that's up to you. All right, say something. I feel like gosh, I'm Lord. Hey, you're very smart. You're intellectual. How are you going to pull off a gunner roast?
I feel like my worries about not being funny have been getting in my way.
Are you funny in life?
That's the big question. I make people laugh, but in my shows, my edge is that it's serious and analytical and has a bit of philosophy and politics.
You kind of use what you got. Maybe you can use this sort of intellectual thing to make fun of yourself and then go after Michelle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, how's the joke writing coming along?
I'm having some writer's block with this one.
Well, time's running out.
I know.
You've written any jokes?
I've written the words "button dressed in man,"
which could apply to a lot of people. It's been very interesting. Just make sure you make us laugh.
And don't forget, please, make us laugh.
See ya.
Gotta be funny.
Listen, girls.
I didn't understand the button on joke. So mutton is old sheep, and lamb is baby sheep. But it also people use it to describe when someone who is old is dressing to very young.
I didn't get it. Coming up, we challenge our queens to perform in the second RuPaul roast, but our guest of honor isn't going to be me. If you really want the best, switch to Horizon Unlimited and get the Galaxy S8 for just $15 a month. How do you take that phone to your belly? This week's Master Challenge is a RuPaul roast, and this time we'll be roasting Shell Massage.
Sarah,
Yes.
I'm sorry I insinuated you were from you.
Oh, thank you, baby. I'm sorry I made fun of your roles. I'm sorry for bringing it up now.
Those are really lovely people.
Oh. Okay, girl.
There's moments, you guys, where like there's a joke said, and then everybody laughs, and then look around and just start like laughing to blend in.
That was my experience when I first lived in Russia. Being in another language is so challenging.
How long did you live there?
I lived there for like 2.5 years altogether.
I got stuck in Moscow. I was presenting female, and my ID does not match. And I was in Moscow airport for a connection. I think it was 30 minutes. 8 months ago.
Oh my god.
And so we land, and we're supposed to go to the little transfer desk, whatever. And the woman, she didn't speak any English. And she just kept looking at my ID and looking at me, and it was clear that she was disagreeing with the fact that my ID looked male and I looked female.
Well, so you did.
Okay, so that's what it was. So she detained me. And I was terrified to the point where I had to snatch my own wig off my head in the line with all these people just to prove to her that this is me and please let me do it. And it was so humiliating.
Really a tragedy. There's a lot of gender here in Russia. I feel for her. When I was living in Russia, I had to disguise myself. I couldn't be Sasha Velour. I had to think carefully about what clothes I was wearing, how I moved my body. Queer people in Russia are living in an oppressive system.
I just have to keep in mind that it doesn't take away my womanhood.
Amen.
A woman. Writer, actress, comedian, fortune beatster. I hope you have a thick skin. Yeah, and I'm extra crusty. And drag race favorite of all time.com, Tamar Braxton. Hey, girl. Hi, This week, we challenged our queens to perform in the second ever RuPaul roast. But this time, our guest of honor isn't going to be me. I've challenged our queens to roast Michelle Visage. Shakes on to no one. With cool cocktails provided by Mickey's West Hollywood, let's get this Michelle roast started. Gentlemen, stop those engines and may the best woman win. Coming up, it's me, Mother Maybelline. Near Bonita, banana, banana, oh, stomach, and mother's brown grapevine.
They all do bomb. That'd be the worst if they all bomb.
Second annual RuPaul's Roast. This year, we are really switching things up. Instead of RuPaul, we are going to roast a man of true charisma, nerve, and talent. Unfortunately, he was unavailable, so it's going to be Michelle. Michelle, we know you for being a kind, patient shero. And gonorrhea clinics know you as patient zero. Girl, you have had more in you than a urinal at Dodger Stadium. The only difference is they get cleaned up after a grand slam. Just remember, if you liked my performance, my name is Shea Coulee, and if you hated it, it's Nina Bonita Brown. Thank you, Shea Coulee. That was extremely edifying humor. Sorry, am I using that word correctly? Not edifying, I know that one. It was humor that I wasn't sure worked in it. Tonight, we really do have an opportunity to salute empowering representation in the media. We have an out and proud lesbian comedian. Thank you so much, Ross Matthews. Ross Matthews has the face of a young gay man and the voice of an adult woman. So, the opposite of Tamar Braxton. Now come time to talk about Michelle Visage herself. Michelle is so Jersey, her idea of classical music is Lisa Lisa. Michelle Visage is so Jersey, she calls her pubic hair the Garden State Expressway. Let's not even get started on the Holland Tunnel. Michelle Visage is so, I have more. And Michelle Visage is so Jersey, she wanted to call her second child White Flight. Oh well, that one worked in my mind. And now, a queen who combines all the excitement of smiling with the thrill of just standing there. Give it up for Valentina. You are the shadiest queen, because you let Michelle Visage look so busted on season 3 and 4. And 5 and 6 and 7. And girl, that's your friend. Michelle is such a cochina that she knows how to say and spell harder in 6 different languages. Michelle, you is such a tired asshole that when you got carpal tunnel from giving out free hand jobs, she just became left-handed. You're just so cute and so sweet. You just remind me of a cute hamster. I just want to shove you
intro. Marie Bean. Please excuse the way I'm dressed. I have to go feed the chickens after this, and I didn't want to wear my good things. I sometimes even have to wrestle a few of them. Michelle, you know all about wrestling cocks, don't you? I think we have a lot in common, from the same taste in hairspray to the same units of Botox fillers, lips, tucks, nips. Yeah. Michelle, every time I walk the runway, you have this pungent look on your face, kind of like you got a. I reckon they have some laxatives for that. Just a secret, we all poop. Let's get this roasted cooking. Please put our hands together for the one, the only Michelle Visage. Just black. There's a real star of this show. Sorry, RuPaul. I find it hilarious that Michelle Visage judges a talent competition. I don't know about you, but don't you actually have to have talent to do that? And I'm pretty sure having one song in the 90s that no one even remembers doesn't qualify you to be a judge on such a big TV show. Good thing she's been RuPaul for so long. But we've got Tamar Braxton in the house. Tamar Braxton. However you say it. She's Toni Braxton's less talented, more annoying sister. Anyways, the entire stage, I'd like to introduce our next Minty contestant, Peppermint. Thank you, Pheromone. Ross, everyone says that your voice is annoying and high-pitched, but I actually love the sound of your voice right now. Michelle. Not since Destiny's Child has a Michelle become so famous for writing somebody else's coattails. RuPaul, all smiles. Ross, all smiles. Michelle, poker face. No, seriously, someone poke her face. Michelle says no to everything. Michelle, you like my dress? No. You like my makeup? No. Bitch, where the hell were you when somebody asked you if you wanted to write that book? It's a great book, Michelle. Said no one. Honestly, I fell in love with you, Michelle, watching you and RuPaul on VH1, and I'm so honored to share this moment with you, so thank you. Happy 90th birthday. Hey, baby. It's me, Mother Maybelline. Nina, Bonina, Banana, Bofana, all Osama Bin Laden's brown great aunt. Coming all the way from the lions, tigers, and bears, the shape of the Lord Missionary Baptist Church. Praise the Lord. Moving on to the man of the hour. RuPaul's secretary, Michelle Visage. You know, Michelle, your face reminds me of my hip. Still. Oh, Jesus. What's your name, baby? Not a woman. Well, we normally save the best for last, but in this case, we had to settle for Alexis Michelle. Michelle. In honor of your big night, I wore your favorite color, girl. We have so much in common, Michelle. We have the theater running in our veins, Michelle. You also have several venereal diseases running through yours, but that's besides the point. But, you know, you're also an inspiration to me, Michelle. As thin as
one area has stayed the same, unchanged. It's a Hanukkah miracle, Baruch Hashem. Ah, my goodness, Fortune. You also know about playing second fiddle. You've been playing bull to Chelsea Handler's Alcoholic Wasp for ages now. Now, Michelle, I have to congratulate you on really being able to take the fifth. Just ask the UK men's water polo team. Okay. She loves water sports. She loves the UK. And we love you, Mama. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been real. Good night, everybody.
And it don't help that you look like She-Hulk.
Coming up.
The jokes, they seem like observations. You just look like you were gonna throw up. This isn't wrong. You go hard or go home.
The second one was my favorite. Who was the?
Country's gone to hell. Okay.
Valentina. Welcome, ladies. I've made some decisions. Nina Vanina Brown Earl Jones. Valentina. You ladies are safe. You may leave the stage. Now it's time for the judges' critiques. Let's start with Shea Coulee.
I know a thing or two about being somebody's open neck.
Okay.
And, you just set the tone, to be funny, to be original.
And your jokes were really funny. I'm probably gonna steal them and put them in my next special. And you did a great job.
Thank you. Next up, Sasha Velour.
When you started the roast, I think you were way too smart for the room. But the minute you started laying into me, it was friggin' genius. You have a very specific POV. What does a roast look like through Sasha's eyes? And I think you gave us that tonight.
Trinity Taylor.
What I liked was that you had a character. But everything else didn't work for you. You didn't have the joke. I think even before you got up there, you just looked like if you were gonna throw up, and you still kind of have that look.
It's the Botox problem.
Oh, okay. See, that's funny. And I would have liked to have seen you sort of trust yourself more.
Up next, Farrah Moan.
Farrah, nothing landed, honey. If you're gonna be harsh, it has to land. And I think everything that came out of your mouth was harsh. That's not a bad thing. It's a roast. But you gotta follow it up with a punchline. People have to laugh. I wouldn't call it but I would call it because we identified the problem in the workroom. You said being mean is not my nature. But if you don't like to say that person sucks, you can say, I love Michelle so much, I was dying to meet her, and she was exactly like I hoped she'd be. Horrible in every way. That would have been a POV that none of the other girls had.
Up next, Peppermint.
So by the time you came up, I was hungry for just a good piece of roast, and you served it. I was like Ross, just waiting for somebody to just come up there and bring the energy, and you just killed it. And you look beautiful. It just all works for me tonight. I would totally take you to prom.
Alexis Michelle.
My question the whole entire time is, why is she great?
Hang on. Have you ever watched the show?
But going green like you did, I expected a Broadway thing. You look like Alpha. And then this Jersey accent comes out. She loves more sports. And I was like, I don't know what to do with these two things. I literally forgot there was an audience here. That's how sad they were. And the jokes, they seem more like observations. You were almost too soft. It was like you were afraid of hurting us. This isn't roast. You go hard or go home.
Thank you, ladies. While you untuck backstage, the judges and I will deliberate. All right, now, just between us girlfriends, what do you think? Shea Coulee.
I thought she set a great tone. She didn't shy away from her jokes. I was a fan. But on the runway, is it the most creative look we've ever seen?
Sasha Velour.
I was panicked for her. Then she got this formula
she was really smart about being smart.
Yeah, it was a real breakthrough moment for her. Trinity Taylor.
Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Yeah.
We're not with Trinity. The jokes just weren't strong enough. It was roadkill.
That's good eating.
But the outfit was on point. It was super cute. It was from North Carolina, so I felt like she fit right in with my white trash people.
Pheromone.
I thought she reminded me of Marilyn Monroe when she did the whole birthday thing for JFK, and I thought she was going to come up and do her whole character like this, and it would have been funny. But what he came across as a really nervous kid who came to tell people off in a harsh way.
You know, it hit me. She would be perfect at doing Elvira. She's got the same sort of vocal cadence.
You know, the fact that everybody's like, oh, you look like this, you look like this, means probably she really isn't coming through. I think Portia brought up such a good point. She doesn't know who she is. She knows she's a cute girl and can wear pretty clothes.
Yeah.
But there's nothing more than that yet.
All right, so let's move on to Peppermint. Tonight, she was really funny.
Not only was she funny, but she looked probably the best we've ever seen her. She was literally a smiling assassin.
Really, seriously. From the hair, the makeup, the gown, to the funny jokes. I really, really enjoyed her. Like, she was really the highlight of the evening.
Alexis Michelle Green Mile.
For her to come out here with her whole body green, I was just trying to figure out who in the hell left the gate open. You know what I'm saying? Who was gonna get it?
It was a long way to go
Yeah.
for a one-word joke. Michelle's like green. I painted my body except for my feet. It just was misguided, confused. I actually drew a picture of a bomb. But we know what Alexis can do because she has delivered. In the Snatch Game, as Kris Jenner, but she chose this position to go last. That's a big swing. That was a big miss.
Silence. I've made my decision. Bring back my girls. Next on Fire Island. Woo! House beats free. My house share. I brought them into this house and I can bring them out. Fire Island. Next on VH1. Real cheese people are ham and Swiss people. They're hot and cold, big and bold, but they would never make a sandwich with pasteurized processed cheese. Sargento slices are 100% real, natural cheese. Sargento, we're real cheese people.
When did anyone start calling this salad? At Panera, the good salad is so much more than a bowl of something green. More than an obligation to be good. More than just something you have on the side. More than just one flavor. More texture. More color. A good clean salad is so much more than green. And with Panera Gator, all for your event. Panera, food as it should be.
They leave on Sunday afternoon. Throughout the shops they're found. Cars filled with music and classic disco sound. On their little faces, only smiles could be found. Goldfish crackers. Snack. Smiles back.
You don't let anything hold you back. Definitely not breakouts, because we've got that covered. We're proactive, and we're here to get you clear.
My girlfriend Lacey, I was with her when I started using Proactive. I remember the signs on my face used to be really bad. One day she was just like staring at me and she's like, "Hey, steps really good today. 3 steps are really simple and I don't get breakouts anymore."
Proactive is different, much more than a cleanser. The 3 steps use combination therapy to help treat and prevent breakouts, and no other acne product in the world has it. So how do you get Proactive? It's super easy. Just go to proactive.com or call. Use promo code BRUSH when you order, and they'll send you this deep cleansing brush, usually $55 for free. The brush feels nice. It makes my skin feel baby soft. This is a limited time offer. Go to proactive.com or call 1-800-672-7512 right now. Let's go!
KFC's new Zinger Chicken Sandwich. Spicy, crispy, spicy. As in, it's going to space. Just to be clear. Try KFC's Zinger Chicken Sandwich in the $5 club for a limited time.
Can you say love it? Oh, love it. Can you say hey? That's the family. Sing, sing, baby, baby, I love you. Oh, yeah. It's Macy's One Day Sale. Saturday. Take 50% off select housewares from Ninja, Decker tools, the trade, and more. Save 60% off every bag from Martha Stewart collection and more. And take 65% off all Saturday. Macy's One Day Sale.
Are you still trying to perform on an old computer? That's like Serena trying to perform with an old racket. Say that again.
Upgrade your game to Intel's fastest processor.
Welcome back, ladies. I've made some decisions. Shake Kool-Aid. You're safe. Let me join the other girls.
Thank you.
Sasha Velour, you're smarty, arty, and tonight you turn the party. Peppermint. We finally got a taste of the real peppermint, and we loved it. Peppermint, congratulations. You're the winner of this week's challenge. You've won a 5-year membership with Squarespace, which includes a consultation with their design team for your own personal website and online shop. Thank you. And Sasha Velour, you're safe. Two of you may join the other girls. Trinity Taylor, your barnyard humor did not make us go egg or hag. Farrah, tonight you made us moan, but for all the wrong reasons. Alexis Michelle, tonight you proved it's not easy being green, and comedy is even harder. Trinity Taylor, you're safe. Join the other girls. Pheromone, Alexis Michelle, I'm sorry, my dears, but you are up on elimination.
My heart is racing. Getting to Drag Race has been an 8-year-long journey, and feeling like this might be the end of that journey is devastating.
Two queens stand before me. Ladies, this is your last chance to impress me and save yourself from elimination. The time has come. Lip sync for your life.
I just have to take a deep breath and focus because this is it.
Luck and don't get out. decision. Alexis Michelle, Shantae, you stay. You may join the other girls. Farewell. You're a beautiful queen with a big future. Shine on, showgirl. Now, sashay away. Thank you, that's fine.
so proud of myself for never letting go of my dream, but I got a lot more to learn. It's been nice LA, but now it's time for me to go cook in Vegas. Oh.
My feet. Congratulations. Remember, if you can't love yourself out there, yeah, you're gonna love somebody that's gonna get an amen up in here. All right, now let the music play. Create your own TV pilot. Off the way, bitches, 'cause I'm little.
Things heat up on the runway.
I also felt that there was a little bit of me. I have to speak up right now. That is not the case.
Don't miss an all-new RuPaul's Drag Race next Friday at 8 on VH1.
I told everyone this is about to happen to you. You walk through the door.
Exactly what happened when you said stuff like that.
He's super tall, so I was interested to see what else was tall.
Bobby's my boyfriend. We've been together for 8 years.
I love you. You guys. Don't say I love you back.
I will be serious.
People flooding the house is just unbearable. I didn't agree to share the house with the entire island. But please don't. I'm leaving now.
Well, can you not leave? If you're actually leaving?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't care.
If you tell me where you swear, it's going to be swear.
It won't let it happen again, like I promised.
This weekend is really important to me. Because Miss Cherry, it means so much to me that you're going to be there supporting me.
I'm really miss my chance.
Second thing. And of course. I'm so lucky we live out here. I'm so lucky. Don't you love it?
I'm going to file every single weekend. I'm with four amazing guys. But these four guys are not good. I'm happy with Fabio. No, listen, this is the stuff my husband.
The kids are quiet. Oh my god, you have to see my team. The coloring surprise you were watching. I had no idea that would happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, go 5 and 6 and 7, 8.
Hello. How are you? How's everything at home? I go to Fire Island every weekend with all the boys, so it's been a lot of fun. I am, I met a lot of new friends. I mean, in terms of a lover or a partner, there's one person I met. His name's Jalen. He's like 6'8". So yes, so your head would go to his hips. Yeah, it's awful. He's a giant. He's literally a giant, but like super handsome and really nice. Me and Jalen are hitting it off. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm excited to get to know you better. You want to see what the long-term boyfriend? Everybody does. I know. Would I be like in a relationship? No. Yeah. I mean, I came to Fire Island, with the intention of just not trying to date or trying to find anyone. But at the same time, I'm not opposed to it, I do like him. I'm excited to see where this goes. Love you. Bye, sir. Bye.
What's the game plan for the weekend?
Saturday is my party, guys. I'm a natural for advice. Like, my whole life is advice. So this weekend, we're trying to party in our house. I know my party on Saturday. Yeah. Only by the chance, just quick along. Last week I had to leave and go to LA for a styling gig. And I feel bad for not being at Patrick's drag show. But at the same time, I know I missed anything. Hey, girl. What is the deal? Are we going to say what that is?
which is this mass happy hour that happens every day. Suicide, why the house? We can just go straight there. Yes, it's good to see. Hey, something to like this. Yeah. Someone's gonna bring the bag. You have to bring the bag. I'm going on that. Oh no. Just so you're doing this for us? Yeah, I'll do it. We can all go if you don't want to go by yourself. No. So friends invite us over. Just hang out before everyone goes back tonight. I want to get a question up there. Delegation wax or you color something. No waxing. I don't know what they're called. Okay. Thank you. All the drinks for you. I'm starving. $5,000. They'll have almost half their budget to make it their own. And you're going to love the location. Perfectly centered on two major roads, easy access for them to get to work. Hi, David. Hey, cutie. What are you thinking of? We're gonna go straight now to the low T and start inviting people. For once, this group of boys has managed to organize a party that we're all on the same page about. So I'm really optimistic and hopeful that we'll pull this off. We're having a party on Saturday. So if you're free, you can come. Otherwise, you can quit and come. Carrying everybody's bags up to the house isn't necessarily how I want to start the weekend, but this is my first full weekend without Austin, and I didn't want to jump into drinking, so this was a way to acclimate myself back to the environment. This is really fun. Everyone got to was like, okay, shut up, whatever you're saying, nice to meet you. What's the ocean? 8 p.m. Saturday. Yeah. What's up? There you are. How are you, baby? I've been working, baby. So I have a long 14 bags by myself. I'm sorry, baby. No, it was a rough weekend. No, talking to Austin, and I'm glad we had our time together. Putting on the plane was torturous. Being out here with Austin was definitely the most comfortable I felt on Fire Island. And now that we've back to school in Alabama, I had to find a way to be happy and comfortable without my security blanket. So I did this. I went off it, and I told myself to get over my silliness. I bought my first meal. Your first meal? Oh my god! And it's funny something. I didn't have success. Everybody loves a little beef, you know. Well, I think so. Look at Fire Island. Justin's coming at you. You have not seen anything yet. So, for starters, please think about last weekend. When I missed the show. Oh my god, it was so amazing. 4 of us were crowned Miss Congeniality / audience fan favorite. So I'm guessing, which it went to you, of course. The boys are so sweet. Really no last name. It was freaking awesome. I'm very sorry. Oh my god, it's okay. At least you told me that you weren't going to be there. Cheyenne, at the last minute, you had to go do a workshoot or something, so how's that feeling? Of course. You know, right, Cheyenne? Everything's unexpected with that girl. Except for the consistently inconsistent, yeah. I'd like to believe that Cheyenne feels bad about the fact that he missed the pageant, but, you know, you can only see the same behavior from someone so many times before you just stop by them when they're selling. Bring it back to last weekend. I was actually really upset that you weren't there last weekend. Like, really upset. Well, this is business, and yeah, I would never sit down and talk to you. Like, I absolutely have to. And I'm not going to let my job be overshadowed by a drag show. At the end of the day, you know, business over drag shows, unless drag shows is your business, is always going to take precedent. We literally just wanted to do that Cheyenne plan to make sure that we communicate, to make sure that we're here for each other. And then you weren't there. So next week I'll make dinner. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I don't think it's not like an word. I felt like, but there was nothing that I could do. If you want to talk about creating a bond and being a group and like, you know, if you're gonna talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk. You know what I mean? Yeah, sorry, buddy's talking about movies. Song's gonna action this weekend. Buddy, somebody's gotta get it.
but he's works every time. Hi. Hola. Come down and get us. Food. I've just been working on it. I'm actually enjoying the traveling here. I just get to come and hang out and chill. Yeah. The biggest effort is like trying to find time to like go to your friends. They know, just like what did you say today? Here's Patrick. Slip one in whenever you can. Bravo. Good job. I'm glad you're here. I try to bypass all this bullshit about Patrick and me and this and that so we can have a good time. So how do you guys all know Justin? Well, we're part of the Harry Boy like social scene. Oh, wow. It's a very, very, very large thing. But thanks for letting us borrow. We'll see you tomorrow.